later in life. Things don't come easy in life, and what you guys have to deal with on a daily basis too. Like, he's got to keep pushing through, and the major thing that I've been told my whole life is you gotta trust God's process. You gotta trust that He's gonna lead you in a good way. He definitely helped us through all of our adversity and helped our team get to the top of the end and accomplish something that many people can't accomplish. So, yeah. All right.
One word. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rocco Bridges. I'm also a senior at Holy Family. I've been playing varsity all 4 years. I think the thing that I want to mention is just that a lot of us have been playing together since 7th grade. So we just have a special bond. And I think that's really what helped us, you know, beat all the odds as a number 17 seed go and win state. I also want to give a shout out to Mike Quintana right there. He's been like a second dad to me since 7th grade. You know, he's always been there to help push me through adversity and everything like that. And I also want to thank you guys for inviting us here. This is an honor, and we really appreciate it. And I just want to say thank you. And I want to give thank you to the rest of the coaching staff too, Lorenzo and Grable.
Hello everyone. My name is Mariah and I'm a senior at Holy Family High School. I first want to start off by saying thank you for inviting our team here. It's a great honor to be here. And this season was definitely one that my team and myself will never forget. This season definitely had a lot of ups and downs, but we managed to push through it. And in the end, both the boys and girls team ended the season with the state championship. Both of us supported each other throughout the season, which is the cause of our success. The support from our family, coaches, and teammates is one of the big reasons that we became the team we are today. And coming to Holy Family, we always talk about the legacy and what we want to leave at Holy Family. And I feel like with these championships, we have created the legacy that we've always talked about. We accomplished our goal and left our mark on Holy Family. And I just want to say thank you again for having us here. It's a great honor and something we'll never forget. Thank you.
We are honored that you guys are here. So next we're going to take some comments from the city council. We'll start with Councilmember Hagel.
Oh, I got it really emotional tonight. Maybe you know my son's Connor Hagel, and I've known a lot of you boys since actually you're in 8th grade. And I haven't, you know, told this story a lot, but when my son joined, was it Crown basketball, Gold Crown? You know, he had always played basketball in our city leagues, and my husband was his coach ever since he was really little. And when he joined these group of boys, he said, I want to go to Holy Family. So these boys are the reason why my son goes to Holy Family. And the reason why is because you guys showed him what it's like to be a teammate. He remembers when he fell, you boys picked him up off the ground. And I'll tell you, this is kind of half jokingly, he's a football player. He's had more concussions in basketball than he has in football. So when you speak to those concussions, I mean, it is difficult. And we know that your bodies go through a lot of work. We know the practices that you go through. But these kids are such an honor to have in our community. Coaches, thank you so much for your time and your efforts. We know that it's your heart and soul to coach that many years. Speaks to you and the community and just the family that Holy Family brings. And we have felt like part of the family as well. And we just honor and cherish you in our community. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Shack.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for accepting our invitation to be here tonight to celebrate your success on the court. And not only do we celebrate your success on the court, but we celebrate your success in the classroom as well as in the broader community. Many of you, as mentioned tonight, are seniors and you're going on to what's next. And so congratulations for all of your hard work in your studies, all of your hard work in your athletics, and we look forward to seeing what greatness comes out of each one of you. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Just wanted to know, congratulations to you all. It's a terrific accomplishment. I work at Regis University down in North Denver, right near where you guys used to be located. I work at Jesuit, now fills your old office. So I would be remiss not to say, if you want to keep playing together. Shameless. Yeah, champion. So Congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, thank you all for being here tonight. We need to take pictures. We're just so proud. But let's do this. Let's take a picture first. We're gonna do 3. We'll take one with the girls team, we'll take one with the boys team, and then we'll try to take a big group picture together. So would council meet me in front of the dais and let's do this.
So if I can get all of the girls to come up, any coaches, managers, parents. They might be taller than us. Yeah. Good here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Double 1, 2, 3. Island. 1, 2, 3. Anybody else? And if y'all could just step over there for a second, I get all the boys together now, and then we're gonna do a big group and fit everybody. Okay, all of you need to get back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, I know. Perfect, okay. A little bit more about it, yeah, principal, yeah. I'm Frank, I can barely see you, you're kind of, maybe come around, yeah. Something or like. Got it all? Yeah, it's okay. 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 And maybe put one too. I can. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, guys. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One. Anybody else? All right, so we're gonna go. Okay, now let's tell all the girls that yeah, put it together. Go back on. Can I get the voice on with me? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Laugh and read. 1, 2, 3. Keep smiling. 1, 2, 3. Don't move. It's okay. Right.
Anyway, start a meeting. Go ahead and give them a second.
Thank you.
I know. right, the first item tonight under petition and communications is a proclamation declaring April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in Broomfield. Will Mr. Casey and any other staff here to accept the proclamation, please come and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium. And welcome. We have a lot of representatives, so we have a lot of community partners working on these important issues. So I would love for our representatives to all introduce themselves and let us know what organization they represent, starting with the executive director of the Broomfield Early Childhood Council. You get to go first, Jessica. Ms. Jones.
Yes, thank you. Hello. It's been about 3 years since I've been here, so good to see everybody. Thanks for having us. And just of note, keep an eye on Holy Family's dance team. They gave my school a run for their money, so next year they might be back. Jessica Jones, I'm the director of the Broomfield Early Childhood Council. Hello to you all over there too. My friend Mercy Manresa, she's my family engagement coordinator. We have some presents for you guys too. She'll be passing that out while I speak. We are celebrating our 12th year of Pinwheels for Prevention, which is Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. We began small all those years ago, and we continue to spread the message with these beautiful pinwheels and the symbolism it represents. Beauty and whimsical fun in the spring wind, fragile and inspiring, just like our children. We have grown in scope and in reach to help the whole community of Broomfield and our neighbors understand that child abuse is preventable. It's most preventable when the strength of our Broomfield services and resources collaborate together, maximizing our individual strength to support parents and the whole child. In Broomfield, our partnership with Fish, Ralston House, Broomfield Library, Broomfield Human Services, CASA, the police department, and us at Broomfield Early Childhood Council recognize that we are better together to deliver the 5 protective factors of parental resilience, social connections, concrete supports in times of need, knowledge of parenting and child development, and social and emotional competence of children. These are standards that, when in place, are more likely to reduce family stress and contribute to positive outcomes for children, family, and the whole community. So thank you for recognizing the value of this month. And although we're doing great work, we still have huge strides to go in order to ensure that all of our children are safe, valued, healthy, and thriving. For more information on the 5 protective factors, you can go to our website at broomfield.org.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Ramos. I'm the CAFS Division Manager. Most of the referrals to our CAFS team are around neglect, which looks like food insecurity, housing, lack of parenting skills, or other need-based challenges. Many times, neglect is a result of families experiencing an overload of stress. In an effort to support the prevention efforts in Broomfield, CAFS has created a prevention team whose sole responsibility is to connect families with resources and introduce them to existing community pathways. The belief is that through this assistance and advocacy, families' needs are met, reducing the amount of stress in the home that can prevent child maltreatment. This team has made a substantial impact in how families are being served and how they view the work of child welfare. Not only are prevention efforts occurring within CAFS, there are many other agencies within Broomfield that are also providing prevention efforts to children and families, many in partnership with the prevention team. Some of those partners include Fish, A Precious Child, MHP, Early Childhood Council, SPAN, The Refuge, law enforcement, and many more. Thank you for recognizing April as Child Maltreatment Prevention Month and all of the ongoing efforts to make the children of Broomfield safe.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abby Gass. I'm the Development Director for CASA of Adams and Broomfield Counties. And here with me is Paula Stack. She's the Associate Director of the Peer Coordinator Program and oversees all of our programming here in Broomfield. We are so honored to be here with you tonight, and I want to just first and foremost thank you for your unwavering support of CASA and all of our organizations. I know all of you are very familiar with what we do, but for folks that might be listening, CASA provides court-appointed volunteer advocacy for children and youth from the child welfare system. And we served 33 children last fiscal year right here in Broomfield. And we see firsthand how child abuse and neglect impacts our children and our community. And so that's why this month is so important. And Jessica beautifully stated how important this month is in terms of increasing awareness in the community about the importance of strengthening families. So thank you so much for recognizing this month. I also want to acknowledge how incredible this community is. I pulled some numbers this morning, and 25% of our current volunteers live here in Broomfield, which is absolutely outstanding, and I think really speaks to the community wanting to be civically engaged. I know many of you are planning to attend our Light of Hope event on the 27th and want to thank you so much for your support, and then I'd invite anyone listening to attend as well and learn more about our mission. And I'm going to turn it over to Paula if she'd like to share a few words.
I don't have really much to say, but I just want to also say thank you very much for all of your support. Abby said that many of our volunteers come from the Broomfield community. And I just wanted to acknowledge them because of them we're able to assign classes to all of our Broomfield cases. So all of our kids in our community are served. So thank you, all of you, for your support.
Thank you. Anyone else on our line of representative? Hello.
Hi, Deputy Chief Mike Cronin from the Police Department. We're not Holy Family, but I think I brought a championship lineup of investigations, and I'll give them a chance to introduce themselves and just share the support of great partnerships, great support across the board. I know I've said that many times to you folks, but I'll let them come up and introduce themselves, and this is our investigative.
Good evening, I'm Eric Frederick, the Investigations Division Commander of the Police Department, and we've got several members of our team here with us tonight. So thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is David Hyde. I'm a detective with the Broomfield Police Department. Worked here for 26 years. Enjoyed it immensely. It's important work. All these people that were up here before, I've worked with all of them and a lot of their colleagues. It is very important work. Thank you.
We agree. Thank you.
I was going to make a speech, but I'm Jared Lang, detective. I'm just going to echo what Dave already said. It's very important for us. So huge deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Egon, I'm one of the sergeants of the investigative unit. We appreciate our community partnership and the community that we work for and representing the victims in these trying times.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Hello, I'm Linda Seidenstick, and I am the Victim Services Coordinator for the Police Department. And it is an honor to be here, and to be honest with you, we wouldn't be able to do the work that we do without our amazing partners and everyone in our community. And I have to brag about our wonderful volunteers too. All of our volunteers are Broomfield residents, and they are so dedicated to serving all of the crimes. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Dale Hamill. I'm a sergeant with the Broomfield Police Department, the Person Crimes Unit. And I second that all of our partners here are exactly what helps this process work and work for our victims. Thank you for being here.
We appreciate you too.
Good evening, I'm Detective Janet Aguirre. I've been with Broomfield for 7 years. I work on persons crimes. As we've seen tonight, teamwork makes the dream work, right? And it's this group of people that really comes together in a team for the benefit of the kids in our community. So we thank them very much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, you wanna close the?
Sure, Dan Casey, Director of Human Services. Bonnie Steele didn't get out of her chair, but she needs some acknowledgement as well. She is
Hi,
our,
Bonnie.
our intake supervisor.
Thank you.
I echo everything everybody already said. I don't need to go into anything else. The one thing that I will say is we really appreciate you guys honoring and recognizing this month. We're all wearing our pins because one of the most precious resources we have in any community is our kids. And kids are sometimes voiceless and sometimes helpless. And these teams and these people that spoke before me are the ones that keep them safe. So thank you for your time tonight. And
And I still have to read the proclamation, so don't leave yet.
For sure, I had to pass out pins, but I just wanted to say thank you. I know that some of you have served on our board with the Early Childhood Council. And we're so grateful for our partners with the police department and the Broomfield Library. We actually start a parenting class, a 7-week parenting class for the men's portion of our Broomfield Detention Center starting next week. And we're so excited to be back in there. It'll be our 3rd time in, but our 1st time offering the full course. And we are so grateful for all the collaboration and support. I would hope that every child in Broomfield would be able to be so supported in their first years that they could someday be here representing their city and their county. Thank you.
Thank you. This proclamation recognizes that children are our future and that they deserve to be valued, healthy, and thriving. It states that childhood trauma, including abuse and neglect, can have long-term effects and lasting consequences, and it's a serious problem affecting every segment of our community. Finding solutions requires action from everyone, and we all benefit when we focus on addressing the underlying causes that lead to health and social inequities. This proclamation stresses that we all have a role in ensuring that children have positive experiences and that families have resources that they need when they need them. And when we all work together, we can prevent child abuse, strengthen families, and build a brighter childhood. Broomfield asks, in partnership with all of you, the Broomfield Early Childhood Council, Mental Health Partners, Community Reach Center, Ralston House, A Precious Child, Broomfield Public Health, Human Services, CASA of Adams and Broomfield, Broomfield Recreation Services, and our Broomfield PD. All community stakeholders are helping to prevent child maltreatment. We must work together as a community to build awareness about child abuse, to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month in Broomfield, and invite and urge our residents to recognize this month by dedicating ourselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and families. We'll now move to public comment, starting with in-person. If there's anyone in the public who would like to speak on this issue, please come on up. I don't see any online. Well, then comments and questions from council are next. Any council comments or questions? Councilmember James Marshall.
Just want to thank you all for the work you do. It's so vitally important. I wasn't sure how much to share, but you know, my older kids suffered emotional and physical abuse at the hands of due to mental health issues with their biological mother, and it's so difficult to deal with, and the aftermath and the recovery takes so long. And you know, this community has been so much for them through our mental health partners and different agencies. So I just want to thank you for everything what you've done and continue to do. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other council member questions or comments? Well, I would like to echo that gratitude and thank you for joining us this evening and all you do to raise awareness and provide support to victims of child abuse. Thank you. We'll move to public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed on tonight's agenda. If there's anyone who would like to be heard on an item not on tonight's agenda, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes. No. Moving on. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read consent agenda items 7A through 7G by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7G, we will ask for public comment. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7G by title?
7A, approval of minutes from the regular meeting of March 7th, 2023. 7B,
I passed up, I went ahead. My mistake, hold that thought. I breezed right by community and event updates, so we're gonna back up. Council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to wait to get your attention. I just want to have the opportunity to attend the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, DC in the last couple weeks. It was a great event, able to lobby our elected officials in DC, in Washington, on issues that are important to us, on water quality issues that the EPA is bringing down to is going to be the unfunded mandate that we have to pay for. So there's important things, important transportation issues. It's also a great event to network with other communities and learn things about infrastructure dollars that are available to local communities. So and then also the Charter Review Committee held our first meeting on the 3rd of April. The inaugural meeting, we kind of discussed the overview of what's going to happen and then got right into the meat of the discussion, discussed whether or not the governance structure in our current charter is what is going to be beneficial moving forward. So that was a good meeting. The next meeting will be on April 17th at noon, and it'll be here in the chamber. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had the privilege of attending the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference in DC a couple of weeks ago. I sit on the Transportation Infrastructure Services Committee. And one of the things that we really discovered, two of the main things we really discussed were about EV infrastructure and the FAA reauthorization bill. One of the things we're looking to get in the FAA reauthorization bill is the removal of the cap Congress has on the passenger facility charges, which helps airports that are publicly owned and offer commercial aviation services, pay for infrastructure improvements, stuff like that. And then I also was able to attend the First Tier Suburbs committee meeting. And we had a wonderful presentation about small businesses and those that work in the small manufacturing sector and how cultivating those kinds of businesses add to community character, how we can work towards getting those businesses brought in and revitalizing certain neighborhoods that have historically, at least in other cities, seen less investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim. I also had the opportunity to attend the NLC conference in DC. I followed my committee and board assignments, and concentrated on workshops on, first of all, workforce. So I passed along some information to the workforce group on resources for technical and infrastructure job development. And we all had the opportunity to hear First Lady Dr. Jill Biden speak about workforce development and the learning pathways that she's promoting that are career connected across the nation. On my ACES assignment, I had the opportunity to hear receive a lot of information about IRA funding for local government building codes and for solar projects. And we also got to talk about, speak with Representative Pedersen, and she encouraged us to use our opportunity next year to apply for community project funding. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Hinkle and Anderson.
Thank you. I had a meeting alongside staff with Almost Home, and they just described, how they partner with the city and county of Broomfield. And currently, they are housing people in different situations. So people that need more wraparound services than others, people who have families and they live in community care together. And so they're trying to find someone to help them build a playground. So if there's anyone that can help them build a playground for these kids this summer, they're in desperate need of one, and also to help build it. And they're also having a fundraiser on Friday, April 28th, at the Armory Performing Arts Center, to, help people in different unhoused situations. And they also help us with our overnight program where it's too cold at night. They help coordinate with that with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And as kind of a theme here, I also had that opportunity to attend the National League of Cities Conference. Just a really brief update because it's very similar to what my colleagues were able to attend. We did some of the conferences I attended, and this was kind of one of those events where you have some general sessions where everyone's together and you have to pick which breakout groups most align with what you're interested in or what you want to bring to your community. So some of them were the same, but I also attended one on ARPA funds, and just trying to really discuss what each of our communities is doing with that. We had like a roundtable discussion in small groups. So you can really say what your community is doing and hear from others. And I found it very interesting that across the country, a lot of communities are using it for infrastructure. It was really, it's not glamorous, but into your sewer, water. So we were very aligned with some of the things that we were doing here. There was an NLC grant program, boot camp, which was quite interesting that hopefully we can find a way to participate in and find to bring some more of those dollars here. I also aligning with the communities that I usually attend, the energy, environment, and natural resources. They really were focused on how do we mitigate climate change and bring the necessary funding. It was such a broad range of needs there. And looking at charging stations and how do you fulfill those gaps where the charging stations that are being brought aren't always filling all the needs, so really find the funding to fit those gaps. I actually attended one of the customer staff was on the courts and understanding the local impacts of court rulings, and that was just this broad opening and understanding of just which cases are picked by the Supreme Court to be heard and how those outcomes really affect everyone. And they talked about West Virginia versus EPA and Moore versus Harper and other cases, and it was like it was so fast moving, but it was super engaging. Just for fun, I attended the Federal Railroad Agency update to kind of hear more about the train derailment, and I just want to share this because I found this to be remarkable that following East Palestine, and we don't have so many trains coming through Broomfield, but that had those tank cars been the higher grade tank cars, only one of the higher grade tank cars actually leaked, and it was a small leak. Like had they actually had the appropriate tank cars, that would not have been such a disaster. So it's just really interesting watching the Federal Railroad Commission in action as they were solving some of those issues that what actually is solvable there. And the other piece that really hit home for me was some remarks from our senators and some of the comments that were made in the general session about this, how quote politicized this nation has become, and how it's like Broomfield is really this nonpartisan place, and how we need to come together and share viewpoints. And I really saw that in our senators, that they really want to find that common ground and do the things that are right for the state and for us to be for Broomfield to really come together and find what has broad input. So that was a little bit of my week there, 3 days. So it was a lot in 3 days. So anyways, I appreciate the opportunity to give the update.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Ward.
Yes, I also forgot to add, last month in March 21st, Councilmember Delgadillo and I held a town hall with our Skystone community. Went very well. Got to get back to them with a lot of questions that they had. Our next one is going to be June 6th at the same location, and we're also working on doing a more broader Ward 2 town hall.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you both. All right, that's it for update. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. I'll read it again, I guess. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read consent agenda items 7A through 7G by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7G, we will ask for public comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7G by title?
7A, approval of minutes from the regular meeting of March 7th, 2023. 7B, resolution number 2023-44, authorizing and approving the agreement with Colliers Engineering and Design Incorporated for the design of fiber network. 7C, resolution number 2023-17, authorizing and approving the second amendment to the City and County of Broomfield subdivision improvement agreement for Broomfield Business Center filing number 1, replat E. 7D, resolution number 2023-37, authorizing and approving annual aggregated spending with Environmental Operation Solutions Incorporated, EOSI, for the purchase of micro 2000 for wastewater treatment for 2023. 7E, resolution number 2023-46, authorizing an agreement between the City and County of Broomfield and the Colorado Department of Transportation for State Highway 7, widening from I-25 to Sheridan Parkway. 7F, resolution number 2023-49, authorizing and approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Broomfield and the Regional Transportation District for fare reimbursement Broomfield North and Interlochen Flex Ride Services. 7G, resolution number 2023-24, authorizing and approving an intergovernmental agreement between Adams County, Colorado Legal Services, the cities of Westminster, Thornton, Federal Heights, Brighton, Commerce City, Aurora, Northland, and the City and County of Broomfield regarding contributions toward a landlord-tenant legal services program.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments on these items, starting with in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come up to the podium and give it a go.
Roxy Jewel, Lackamore. On 7B has to do with fiber optics. I'm curious, most of this is going to like pump stations, according to what I'm seeing on this. So I'm curious, did our original fiber optics that we had previously that get totally completed or not? That's all.
City Manager Hoffman, would you like to answer that?
No, but our resident expert has the knowledge to answer that question. Thank you, Ms. Jewel, for your eye for detail. We appreciate that. Director of IT, Kateria Beta, making her way down the podium now. Thank you, Mr. Beta.
Sure. Good evening. I'm Kateria Beta, IT Director for Broomfield. The lift and pump station connections are part of the greater fiber network master plan. So these are not new. They're part of the original plan.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Check online. Nope, no one online. All right, so if there's no more public comments, we'll go ahead and proceed with council member comments or questions. Does any member of council have any comments or questions? Councilmember Lim?
I just had one comment. Having been at the Capitol to testify on SB 23-213, I heard a refrain that the problem is that the municipalities don't know how to cooperate with each other in regional partnerships. And I would just like to point out that 7G is a wonderful example of a large number of municipalities working together to serve part of our housing crisis. Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Councilmember Lim. But I'm not going to go off on that topic right now. I do have a question on 7F. I'm really excited to hear about this new Broomfield North Flex Ride service, and I was wondering if Ms. Grant can come tell us where that's going to serve and when it starts.
I'm sure she would love to. We're very excited about it.
I know she's been advocating for us.
She has, absolutely, and it's been a a long time coming and a tremendous amount of effort, although her humility is about ready to show in about the next 5 seconds. But we all from a staff perspective, from a council perspective, and a community perspective, so honor and value your contributions continuously, Ms. Grant. So now that we did the jazz hands for you, your humility can now take over. Tell us a little bit more, if you would, please.
Thank you. Sarah Grant, Transportation Manager, City County Broomfield. Great question, Mayor. The service will begin at the end of May and it's serving North Broomfield, so north of 144th Avenue up to Colorado 7. And we are really looking forward to this expansion. It'll also provide access to some of the commercial destinations along Colorado 7, as well as the Lark Bridge shopping area as well, so that those residents will be able to access those services in the area. And so we look forward to starting that service at the end of May. I'm happy to send out a draft map. I don't think the RTD board, I think the RTD board will be approving it in the next week or two. And then that information will be available online. So currently that information about the new service is not yet on the RTD website, but it will be soon.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilmember Shen?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, a lot of things to be excited about tonight. In addition to the RTD flex ride service that's happening in North, I think that just before I got on council, or maybe even just after, we started talking about the need for the problem of lack of transit service in the northern part of Broomfield, and knowing that we needed some type of flex ride service up there. So it's exciting to see this come to fruition. Thank you for all your diligence on that. The other one, of course, is the State Highway 7 widening. And while, I cringe at the idea of widening highways, this is one of those areas where it creates such a bottleneck right there, because on both sides, you have 2 lanes going to 1 lane, and it creates a lot of safety issues right there. And I think that, especially right there at Sheridan and Colorado 7, that is one of those intersections. And so I'm glad to see some of those safety issues will be considered and taken care of with that widening. The other question I had was concerning 7C. So this is one of those agreements that we made a long time ago concerning the eagles that are in proximity to that development project. And this is one of those that, I felt great comfort knowing that we have the wildlife biologist that is going to be near this development and continuing to monitor these eagles in their nests. And so, when I saw this resolution come forward, looking to amend that agreement, wanting to know, is this something that we should continue to move forward on, or is this something that is really being pushed by the developer, maybe to save money, and that maybe some of our community members that have been very active in this space would be a little concerned that we are going to amend this agreement to, I guess, lessen the amount of monitoring that is happening in this area. So wanted to get some more information on this.
I appreciate that question. I'm going to tailor it just a bit as Director of Open Space and Trails and so many other things awesome and fun in Broomfield. I know I feel like it's a love fest for staff tonight, but it truly is the work that Ms. Pritz does. So she'll answer the question, but it will be muted and not necessarily weighing in on. We can certainly say staff's recommendation, but we're not going to be in the middle between developer and residents, or certainly from our recommendations. Ms. Pritz, could you enlighten us, please?
Thank you. Kristen Pritz, Director of Open Space and Trails for Broomfield. The agreement allows for the standard monitoring, which we have in place right now in the original and the First Amendment, when the eagles are within a quarter mile and have a direct line of visibility of this particular project. That doesn't change. What we did feel needed to change was when the eagles nest beyond that quarter mile radius around this project out to a mile. And that will still involve monitoring. The developer will be paying for that. This amendment did go to our Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee so that they could critique it. And so we are recommending approval of the agreement.
When this was heard at the Open Space and Trails Committee, was there any public comment or public concern that surrounded this agreement?
No.
Okay. Great, thank you. you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other council questions or comments? All right, before I ask for a motion, I want to remind everyone that items 7F and 7G contain intergovernmental agreements which require 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff report for agenda items 7A through 7G be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson.
Yes.
Cohen.
Yes.
Nurbio.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
Jazerski.
Yes.
Leslie.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Marsh Wolfson.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We have one item for the Board of Social Services consideration this evening, acknowledging a review and expenditures of electronic benefit transfers for January 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2022. The meeting of the Board of Social Services is called to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Cohen.
Here.
Nurbio.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jazerski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim.
Here.
Marsh Wolfson.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Anderson.
Here.
Thank you. Quorum is present. Board members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. As we start the actual meeting, Dan Casey, no fanfare for you. My friend. Please walk us through this, the EBT update. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you, Manager Upton. Fanfare will come at the end. We're excited about it. Good evening, Board. Dan Casey, I'm the Director of Human Services here in Broomfield. And tonight I want to go quickly over our 2022 expenditures. I think last time we talked, we were in the third quarter. I just want to remind everybody that we work off of 3 separate fiscal years in human services. The Broomfield calendar year, which is January 1st through December 31st. The state fiscal year, which is July 1st through June 30th. And then the federal fiscal year, which begins in October and runs through September. So we do that to make this incredibly confusing for you all. And I will try to walk you through it as best I can tonight. So what I'm presenting is the full calendar year for the city and county of Broomfield's budget year 22, or the first 2 quarters of the the state fiscal year, or the first quarter of the federal fiscal year, whichever you prefer to connect this to. So for the calendar year of 2022, our TANF increased. We saw an increase of 56 households, and that equated to about $164,000. And we attribute that to a lot of the other benefits that are available during the pandemic, and also unemployment during the pandemic. All of those have since gone away. So more people are working, more people are qualified now for TANF. That sounds like a contradiction, but really it's not. Because when we were getting unemployment and people were receiving extra unemployment benefits, they didn't qualify for TANF because of over income. Now that they're not receiving those and working their regular employment, now they're qualified again. So that's actually a good thing for us. SNAP households in the calendar year 2022 were up 23%. And then our Medicaid households in the calendar year of 22 were up 18%. I've got lots of data here. I wanted to go over a few things from the last meeting that we had. We had talked about the big news was the public health emergency ending. That has since concluded with our SNAP benefits, our Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. So anyone that was receiving max allotments and food assistance is no longer receiving max allotments. They are now back to the pre-pandemic level of allotment. And then Medicaid, the Medicaid locked-in report, you probably heard me talk about that previously. That will be ending on May 11th. And we anticipate about 1 in 4 or 25% of our Medicaid recipients will probably no longer be eligible for Medicaid. We're keeping a very close eye on that. We've got until July 1st of 2024 to do redeterminations on all of our Medicaid clients. We've talked in this meeting before about the workload that will create for my staff because there were no redeterminations during the pandemic. And so we've got over 6,000 individuals that we'll be doing redeterminations on in the course of about a year and a half. So I think it might have been Councilmember Cohen or Councilmember Hinkle asked last time about what are we doing, or maybe Councilmember Schaaf, I can't recall, but somebody asked a question about, so what happens now that the public health emergency ends? So I just wanted to highlight just a couple of things that are happening on our end. And this evening before the meeting, I placed a Connect for Health Colorado document on your seats. And I wanted to just kind of quickly go over things that will happen for Medicaid for folks that are losing insurance. Now, 1 in 4 that lose insurance, that is not always a bad thing. Some of that 1 in 4 have acquired employment where they're getting insurance through their employer now, sponsored through their employer. But for those that aren't, they no longer qualify for Medicaid because they're over Medicaid income, but they probably don't make enough, or they're not able to spend a lot of money on insurance. It's very expensive for health insurance. So Connect for Health Colorado is where we will send people. It's the Colorado Marketplace for insurance, and they work with multiple insurance providers to include Anthem, Kaiser, United Healthcare, Cigna, Rocky Mountain Health, and a few others. I don't have them all written down in pencil. Councilmember Ward and I were talking about this earlier. There's a few others on that list as well. The way that works through Connect for Health Colorado, there's a couple different paths that you can take, and both of them require eligibility, right? So if you're getting financial assistance for your insurance premiums, you have to qualify. But one is a tax premium credit that can either be established up front and takes the monthly premium every month, takes a portion of that off, or there's a tax credit that can be used at the end of the year when you file your taxes. They'll give you a premium credit when you file your taxes. The second way that happens is through a group plan, and that would be similar to like a large organization that gets a discounted rate because they've got so many members, but they can help with this group plan. And it's, again, based on income. So a household of 1, the income threshold is 34,000 roughly. Household of 2 is 45,000, household of 3 is 57,000, and a household of 4 is just over 69,000. So again, you'd have to qualify for those that cost plan reduction to the benefits. And then the other piece that we wanted to make sure that we highlighted is our state partners. We refer to them as HCPF, but Healthcare Policy and Finance. They're the Medicaid overseers of the state. They're doing a lot of work pushing out information about this, about Medicaid, about where you can get insurance, about how you can be helped with insurance premiums. CCHA, which is our local RAY regional accountability entity that administers the Medicaid program regionally, and Broomfield is in the CCHA RAY. They've been pushing out information to their clients and their recipients of Medicaid to make sure that they understand what they need to do and make sure their information is up to date. And then also at our building, we've been communicating this as well. One example is in the April 10th Community Be in the Loop. We had some information about what you can do with your Medicaid. Public Health had some information in there as well. So we all partner together. We've got brochures at our front desk in our building. We've sent out text messages. HCPF has sent out text messages. We've sent out mailers. So trying to just make sure that everybody understands that on May 11th, Medicaid locked-in will end. Actually, on February 28th of this year, the max allotments for food assistance ended, and we are here to help or point you in the direction where you can find help. The last thing that I just wanted to highlight quickly was in regards to our child welfare team, because of what happened earlier today and this blue pin that I'm wearing, Child Abuse Prevention Month. I wanted to highlight the amazing work that our child welfare team has done in 2022. You'll see in the memo that was provided to you that our numbers of children in out-of-home placement has dropped dramatically over the last several years. And I was looking at numbers today and I just wanted to share that in foster care, out of home placement right now, we have 7 kids, which is amazing. 4 of those kids are in foster and 3 of them are in kinship care. We don't have anyone in residential childcare facilities right now. We don't have any kids in detention. So again, that could change on a moment's notice. I could get back to my computer and that might have changed, but as of right now, that's amazing. So huge kudos to our child welfare team. They do amazing work, as Tiffany had mentioned earlier today. The focus that we have on prevention has been incredible for us. A lot of times we're trying to chase the abuse and neglect referrals and do assessments. This puts us ahead of the game. So it's that ounce of prevention is worth the pound of cure in the end. And I just can't say enough about the child welfare team that we have here in Broomfield and adult protection team as well. Adult protection is on the rise. We do have more cases coming through. We do have more referrals coming through. You guys probably recall last year when we did our 23 budget, we asked for an adult protection supervisor. That was approved. We have hired an adult protection supervisor, which is great. That individual will be starting in mid-May. And we're excited to get her on board and really enhance our adult protection services. And that is all I have.
Well, that was great. Thank you for the update, Mr. Casey. We'll now proceed with public comment, starting with in person. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium. I don't see any takers. So questions from the board are next. Are there any comments or questions from the board members? Board member Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Casey, for all that you do. Just one question related to the end of the emergency, the COVID emergency. I know that means a decrease of benefits to individuals. Are we anticipating and seeing an increase in requests for services from our food and housing partners to correlate with that reduction in benefits?
Yeah, thank you for the, I was going to say council member, but board member Marshall, and I'm going to remember where I am. Yes, so great question, and I've got some notes here. Fish is one of our main partners as for rental assistance, for housing, for food. I know that Fish has always done an amazing job with what they have, but I know they always need more. The hard part for us is being able to identify what the community need is and make sure that we're focusing or funneling our nonprofit dollars there. So in this next nonprofit cycle, we'll be looking to make sure that we're bolstering the areas of food security, anything that's related to healthcare, and then of course our unhoused or homelessness.
That was my next question. Right? Did the budget the monies that we gave to those nonprofit partners in the last cycle, did that anticipate the increase that they're likely to see given the reduction in federal benefits? And did we give them enough? Basically, is my question. Do they need more?
Do they need more? I would channel my inner nonprofit and say yes, they probably would love to have more. It's always a question of how do we parse out. We roughly have about $1.5 million in our nonprofit pot of money. And we've got over 40 providers that we have to figure out how to dice and slice that up to make sure that the whole community is getting assistance and not just one or the other gets the bulk of it. But we did increase the amount that was given to Fish this year based on an assessment that we were going to see this public health emergency ending and our SNAP benefits reducing for folks. So yes, we did take that into consideration.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other council member questions or comments? Before I dismiss you, like I usually do, next is the board's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-47-BSS. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-47-BSS by title?
8A resolution number 2023-47-BSS, acknowledging review of expenditures and electronic benefit transfers for the period January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Henkel?
I move the resolution number 2023-47-BSS be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. So this team does deserve a lot of accolades. This team works so hard. The folks in human services, as a mantra is bleed blue, but they not only bleed blue, but they shoulder our community and they diligently work to ensure the gaps, are minimized or eliminated within our community so that, our social services net is as complete as possible. And so a shout out to you and your team for continuing this great work, this very necessary work. And I hope that, what's coming is not as bad as it's kind of predicted, and that, it's not overwhelming, and that you all can continue to take care of yourselves, because it has been a lot in the last few years. So thank you for your continued work.
All right, Director Casey, Mayor, if I may, just real quick.
Sure.
Minimal accolades. One of Dan's very first conversations that we had when he joined us was about congregate care. And so he too, as most Broomfield employees, humility rules the day. That decrease that he talked about today, it seems like it's numbers on a page right now. But those families that had kids in congregate care, I think the reduction from a ratio perspective is about 80%. So we all say that government moves slow, but boy, the work and the structure that's been put into place will serve this community for a long time, Dan, and that congregate care is something that you have been focusing on for a good solid 3 years during COVID. So to continue those, well done.
Well done. Thank you, Mr. Casey, and your entire team. There being no further business before, do we vote? Oh, sorry, thank you. See, will the clerk please call the roll for the Board of Social Services?
Cohen.
Yes.
Yes. Hinkle.
Yes.
Jezerski.
Yes.
Leslie.
Yes.
Lem.
Yes.
Marsh Holston.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Anderson.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Seeing there's no further business before the Board of Social Services, the meeting is adjourned. There is no business before the Board of Health this evening. I have a question. Are we officially not the Board of Health anymore?
You are.
Oh, right.
So that happened,
Last week.
last week. So, I've been working with the city clerk on modifying the agenda. The order of the agenda is listed in your council rules.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be coming back to council soon with some modification on how the agenda is gonna be ordered, and it ties well with the new agenda management. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, that's okay. Great.
Yes.
Thank you for that update. Then the first item under council business this evening is the public hearing for council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-40, approving the Wadsworth Junction Plans Unit Development Plan Amendment, Final Plat and Site Development Plan. This item will be currently reviewed with item 15A by the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. The meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is called to order to consider agenda item 15A concurrently. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Delgadillo.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jezerski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lem. Here. Marsh Holston.
Here.
Mitchell. Nielsen. Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Thank you. A quorum is present. I'll declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation, if applicable. Then we'll ask for public comment and final comments from the applicant, and finally, questions from the city council members. Council and borough members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And joining us this evening is Anna Bertzetti, Co-Director of Community Development and Director of Planning. We have incorporated council's questions that were sent earlier today. We have 3 sections for this item and the subsequent item. Ms. Bertanzetti will address the planning questions. Jeff Romine will address the economic vitality questions, and when appropriate, we'll refer back and I will ask the developer for the developer-related community questions. With that, Ms. Bertanzetti.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and authority members. I could have the next slide, please. Blackburn Communities has submitted an application for a planned unit development PUD plan, a final plat, and a site development plan, urban renewal site plan. The application for the final plat and the PUD plan affect 2 different properties. These are located east of US 36 and west of Wadsworth Boulevard, just east of the Arista neighborhood. The 2 properties are highlighted here on this image. The application for the site development plan and urban renewal site plan, so SDP, I'm just going to shorten it to for the purpose of being brief in the presentation, is for lot 1 only. Lot 1, with as it's being platted this evening in this proposal, is the northernmost of the 2 properties that's highlighted on the screen. Currently, there is not a site plan proposed for lot 2, the southernmost property. The site currently contains a residence as well as some outbuildings. The residence and the outbuildings will be demolished as part of this project. Since these buildings are 50 years or older, a historic preservation related structural survey will be completed to document the size, the architecture, the materials of these structures, as well as any of the history that might be noted here. It should be noted for clarification that there is no intent to preserve these built structures, and the historic survey is only intended to provide information regarding the structures as well as any history of the site as it may be available prior to their demolition. It is not intended to determine whether or not the building will or will not be demolished. Next slide, please. The comprehensive plan land use map shown here with the subject properties outlined are designated as mixed use commercial. The proposals this evening with the PUD plan are consistent with this designation, as well as with the original Brookfield neighborhood plan designations. Next slide, please. The final plat will create 2 lots as shown here in the gray, as well as the utility, maintenance, and access easements. The easements provide trail access, are included in this final plat. As discussed in the staff report, the final plat cannot be recorded until the district court completes its ruling regarding abandonments of the segments of right-of-way that used to be part of Old Wadsworth. The Wadsworth Junction Planned Unit Development Plan establishes 2 planning areas, planning area 1 and 2. The PUD plan proposes to allow primarily multifamily residential uses for lot 1 and office limited business uses for lot 2. Next slide, please. The 227 unit complex includes 3 apartment buildings and a clubhouse. There's community gathering spaces, a dog park, regional trail segment. There's electric vehicle charging spaces, bike racks, landscaping, and other amenities. The 3 apartment buildings include 2 building types, and the applicant is providing 18 income aligned units on the site that will be fully integrated with the rest of the units that are at market rate. They will be deed restricted, the income aligned units, for 40 years. Since there is a balance of 12% or about 27.4 units remaining in the obligation, the applicant is proposing a cash in lieu for a portion of the income aligned housing that would be calculated and paid at the time of the building permit. The building is proposed to meet the inclusionary housing, as I mentioned, through about 8%, which is a total of 18 units on the site. Parking for tenants and guests will be offered via surface parking areas and in 2 tuck under garages via about 401 parking spaces. As I mentioned, electric vehicle parking spaces are provided and meet Brookfield requirements. Access is provided from 2 drives from Wadsworth Boulevard, and the open area is approximately 41%. Landscaped areas around the perimeter of the site and sidewalks provide pedestrian connections into the complex and to nearby neighborhoods. The fire district and traffic engineering have reviewed the on-site circulation as well as the access and have indicated acceptance. Next slide, please. An important component of this development is the regional trail segment that will be provided to this development and to the park to the east, as well as to the bus rapid transit station along US 36. This proposal includes both an on-site and off-site segment of this 12-foot wide trail segment. As is more detailed in the staff report, the improvements associated with the off-site segment will be constructed within CDOT's right-of-way and will require the developer to obtain necessary permits directly from CDOT. CDOT has indicated acceptance of the trail's location within their right-of-way, and once this trail segment is constructed, Broomfield will be responsible for the maintenance. The Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services Division, as well as the Open Space and Trails Department, have also reviewed and accepted this proposed trail segment alignment. Wadsworth Boulevard will also have a designated pedestrian bicycle crossing to connect the two segments of the trail on the east and west sides. Similar to other public trails, the trail within the CDOT right-of-way will follow Broomfield's standard acceptance policies that are outlined in the engineering standards and specs. Broomfield will become responsible after the warranty period after final acceptance of the construction completion. In this case, the approval by CDOT is administrative, and the initial approvals, as I mentioned, have already been received. Next slide, please. These images depict the architectural style of the apartment buildings as seen from the north and south aspects. In the staff report under the overall site layout subheading, we do want to note that there was an incorrect identification of these buildings being 3 to 4 stories. You can see these are 4 to 5 story buildings. So just a correction of that one notation in the memorandum. The buildings are between 46 feet in height and 59 feet in height. To give a sense of comparison to some of the other buildings in the area, many of the buildings under construction on the east side of Wadsworth in this area are just over 37 feet in height, but there is an improved and soon to be under construction building on the east side that is 58 feet in height, similar to the heights proposed here. And both PUD plans, east and as proposed here west of Wadsworth, include a reference to a maximum height of 65 feet. Next slide, please. This rendering is showing the view of the complex looking southwest along Wadsworth Boulevard. As you can see in the rendering, the east ends of the apartment buildings will feature murals that will highlight the history of the area. And the clubhouse can also be seen in this rendering. Next slide, please. The concept plan for the apartment complex was reviewed by the City Council in 2021, and council members noted the importance of providing income-aligned housing, ensuring the site was not overparked, and the importance of providing quality development in this gateway of Broomfield. Based on these comments, the applicant did incorporate some income-aligned housing units into the complex. They enhanced the landscaping plan requirements in the PUD plan and opted for the tuck under garage design to house some of the parking. For the discussion and staff report, since the southern property had undergone 3 previous concept plan reviews and the proposed PUD plan requirements were similar to more than one, but primarily one of the concept reviews, another concept review for the office uses in the PUD plan was not required. A concept plan review for the will be required if and when the project moves forward to the site development plan for lot 2. I will note there is a place in the memo where we refer to an exception being granted for the concept review for lot 2. This really was not an exception. And I do apologize for use that terminology that may have caused some confusion. What happened in this case was that there were, as I mentioned, multiple concept reviews already had for the commercial uses. And the proposed PUD was similar to one of those prior concept reviews. Staff reviewed and analyzed the proposal to determine whether it was similar enough to those prior concept reviews to not require a concept review. And we followed internally a process that was very similar to how we would look at an exception, but the criteria is quite different. So this was not actually an exception. A concept review was completed. An additional concept review, as I mentioned, will be required when it moves forward to site development plan. In addition, the applicant has hosted 2 neighborhood meetings and noticing for this meeting this evening, as well as the prior meetings, occurred in compliance with the municipal code requirements. Next slide, please. For the staff report, we identified one key issue, and that was that the PUD allows for multifamily residential on lot 1 and limited business commercial uses for lot 2. Since this application does not include the site development plan, urban renewal site plan for the commercial uses on lot 2, staff had identified a fiscal impact regarding the multifamily use as to be negative revenue source of just over $400,000 annually. However, this may be offset if in the future a commercial use were to be developed on lot 2. It should be noted that there is no specific requirement for commercial to be brought forward in a specific time frame. And that concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening as well for a presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bartonzetti. Will the applicant please identify themselves?
Andrew Ritter, 6870 West 52nd Street, Arvada. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. First of all, before I get started, I'd like to thank Anna and Judy and the rest of city staff. It's been a fantastic time working with you guys, and I appreciate your partnership. You've been truly an incredible assistance along the way, and I've been grateful for the friendship we've developed along the way as well. We feel like through the course of meeting with staff, meeting with council, with concept review, our countless meetings we've had along the way, we've really tried to listen, to sit back and to listen. As what we're showing today is different than what was originally brought within our concept review hearing. And we really feel like we have a project that ourselves and staff and the city and county of Broomfield can be proud of. And is one that will add value to the county and really change what is considered to be the gateway to Broomfield. As I mentioned, my name is Andrew Ritter. I'm the development manager for Blackburn Communities over the Colorado markets. Blackburn Communities is a real estate holding and development company that is currently active in Colorado, Texas, Mississippi, North Carolina, and other states throughout the Southeast. We specialize in multifamily development, single family residential development, as well as commercial and retail development. We are unique in that we are a family owned business. We're 100% owned by David and Karen Blackburn. And David, as he serves as owner and CEO of the company, is incredibly involved and hands-on in our day-to-day operations, and really strives to ensure that we are adhering to our core values, which are integrity, quality, and innovation. In fact, our vision as a company is to ensure that we are creating communities where people live, thrive, and enjoy, not only now, but for future generations. And that's the goal in every project that we work on. We are long-term holders. We're not the type of developer that's just building a project to sell it and move on. So when we're building a project, we're not cutting corners. We're going to be the one that's maintaining that project 5, 10 years from now and down the road. So it truly means a lot to us that we're building something that's built to last. We also are unique in the fact that we serve as the general contractor on all of our projects through our sister company, Blackburn Construction. Us having them as our sister company building all of our project really creates a lot of efficiencies and ensures that attention to detail and that focus on not cutting corners and building products that are meant to last. Because to be frank, they can't ignore phone calls 5, 6, 7 years from now if construction defects show up. So we really appreciate that and have seen that allow us to be better developers and better builders and add better value to our community. Why Broomfield? We've fallen in love with Broomfield. Its location, its proximity to Boulder, to Denver, to the mountains, to everywhere else in the community, in the MSA and the state of Colorado. And it's a true employment center with a unique culture and a strong sense of pride from the people, from council. And we've really felt that along the way. And it excites us. And we're really grateful for the opportunity to hopefully be a part of it. So thank you for the opportunity to present to you guys this project. I'm excited to talk through it with you, and I look forward to getting your feedback. Thank you. I'm gonna hand it off to Leanne Valier, who is with North Design.
Thank you.
Good evening, Leanne Valier, Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street, Denver. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, staff for your time this evening, and thank you, Anna and Judy, for all the help along the way. I'll do my best to minimize repeating the information that Anna just shared. Next slide, please. But as a quick reminder, we're located east of US 36, just across from Arista. And this area has been identified in the comprehensive plan as an area of change due to its underutilized or vacant nature. Next slide, please. As was mentioned, a portion of the old Wadsworth Boulevard right-of-way needed to be cleaned up from a title perspective. When Wadsworth Boulevard was rerouted in the 70s, the old right-of-way was abandoned and the title reverted to the adjacent landowners. However, no record of that action was found. So in order to correct this title discrepancy, a quiet title process became necessary. Working with city staff and following the statutory process, we anticipate that the judge will grant that unopposed motion next week on or about April 17th. Next slide, please. As was mentioned, our PUD is located in the original Broomfield neighborhood plan and the urban renewal area and is envisioned as a mixed use area, including commercial and multifamily. The PUD is split into two areas, planning area A, the northern parcel allowing for residential development, while planning area B to the south allowing for commercial office uses. This PUD provides additional housing to fill the current need and reserves land for future commercial. Next slide, please. The proposed PUD is in compliance with the comprehensive plan and the original Broomfield neighborhood plan and is compatible with the surrounding land uses and meets all additional review criteria. Next slide, please. The site development plan, including planning area A. And as a reminder, this community is home to 224 units, of which 8% or 18 units are income aligned at 60% AMI. Those units will be spread across the community and include 1 studio, 8 1-bedroom, 8 2-bedroom, and 1 3-bedroom unit. The remaining income aligned requirement will be met through cash in lieu payment. At the time of our concept hearing, 100% of this affordable housing requirement was proposed to be met through cash in lieu. Following feedback from council and discussion with staff on the on-site units were added. Some of you may also remember that during our concept review, the triangular portion of the site in the southeast corner was not included in our site itself. We were able to incorporate this property into our site. The location of this is unique. This community is unique to providing a missing link for the regional trail to connect Arista to the Broomfield Industrial Park Sports Complex. The team has worked with CDOT to secure that access easement, allowing the trail to be constructed in their right of way and extend north of our site, the RTD bus stop. Guardrails will be installed where needed for safety. And this trail connection will enhance the pedestrian and bike mobility and allow multimodal access to nearby destinations, completing that critical path. Next slide, please. The community will provide residents with a number of on-site amenities. The leasing and residential clubhouses are centrally located and visible from the public realm. The clubhouse indicated with the number 1 on the map includes indoor amenities such as fitness and yoga room, community room, a cyber lounge with workspaces, dog wash, and a mail and parcel room. Outdoor clubhouse spaces include the pool with sun deck and spa, cabana and lounge seating, outdoor kitchen with dining areas, fire pit, and game lawn. Additional outdoor amenities include a dog park with areas for small and large dogs identified on the site plan with the number 2. And number 3 on the site plan is the location of the multi-purpose lawn with the seating plaza. And number 7 indicates the location of a bike shelter and bike repair station adjacent to the regional trail. In addition, 15 exterior bike racks or 30 bike spaces are spread across the site, and 44 bike spaces are provided within the bike shelter and within the 2 parking garages on ground level of buildings 1 and 2. Lastly, we are proposing a public art element in the form of wall murals, which I'll expand on shortly. But those will be located on the western facades of each building, as indicated with number 6 on the site plan. Staff presentation showed these murals on the east side, which was an old rendering. Next slide, please. This rendering shows the dog park spaces and plaza seating with festoon lighting. The regional trail is on the left with the bike locker and bike repair station. Next slide, please. This site has been adjacent to important transportation corridors since the 1800s. The historic Cherokee Trail route passed through this area and was an important thoroughfare and stagecoach stop for explorers of the American West. It was named after a party of Cherokee Native Americans who joined the gold rush in 1850. The route later was known as the Overland Trail. Although there is a lot of history within the vicinity, a Class 2 archaeological survey was conducted and no artifacts were found on site. To pay tribute to this history, the pattern in the upper right of the slide was inspired by Native American basket weaving patterns. Oops, excuse me. Next slide, please. And to honor this history, the transportation corridors by including those large murals of western facade on the western facades of each building, featuring a photograph and or original art of travelers through history. These images represent the concepts and potential subject matter for the murals, with the goal of representing these modes of transportation throughout history, beginning with the horse-drawn carriage, moving to the train, and finishing with the automobile. The applicant has been working with the Broomfield's Library Arts and History Department on this art installation and will continue to do so through its completion. In addition, an informational sign will be provided along the regional trail describing each photograph or art piece featured on the building. Next slide, please. The architecture takes its inspiration from both the history of the surrounding community and its contemporary context. The building materials include a mix of manufactured stone with lap and board and batten siding in a natural color palette. The rendering before you is looking south from Wadsworth at the clubhouse and main community entrance. Next slide, please. This view shows the secondary community entrance and the regional trail on the left-hand side of the screen. Next slide, please. And this view shows the western facades of the building featuring the mural art from the First Bank Center. Next slide, please. So glad there's not still snow on the ground. Sustainability elements have been very important throughout this process and have been incorporated into many aspects of this community. The proposed EV charging stations meet city requirements and have been spread across the site. Landscape design reflects native low water plant material, and irrigation rain sensors will be installed. On-site recycling will be provided, and bike parking and the proximity to transit and regional trail connections provide the opportunity for residents to utilize alternative transportation. Lastly, our team worked with an energy consultant to perform energy modeling to optimize the building design and identify opportunities for energy efficiency and savings. LED light fixtures will be installed, which resulted in over 50% saving in interior lighting. Ceiling fans will also be installed to reduce cooling loads. Energy Star appliances packages will provide both water and electrical savings, and the use of high efficiency pool heater is also planned. The median energy use intensity, or EUI, for multifamily buildings in the US is 60 kBTUs of energy per square foot per year. That's a mouthful. And the building is considered to be energy efficient at 40 EUI. After finalizing our energy model, we are pleased to share that the latest energy model shows our residential buildings will have an EUI factor of 30, demonstrating highly efficient design. Next slide, please. This project is providing multiple improvements that benefit both this community and future development. The regional trail connection provides that missing link to the surrounding community. A water main loop has been negotiated along the inside edge of the property to the north, providing opportunities for future development. A detention pond located in our southeast corner of the community will be designed, has been designed rather, to accommodate stormwater from Wadsworth Boulevard. Access has been provided to the CDOT detention pond to our south. The existing power lines along Wadsworth will be buried. The existing sewer line and easement running through the site will not be impacted. Next slide, please. In addition to the offsite benefits, this community provides additional benefits to Broomfield and the surrounding neighborhood. As mentioned, the additional 18 income aligned units and cash in lieu, the sustainable features, the prominent public art, and the land is designated for future commercial. Next slide, please. In closing, we'd like to thank city staff for their collaboration over the last 2 years while we've worked through the details of this project. Staff has found that all review criteria have been met with no variances being requested. Next slide, please. We thank you for your time this evening. Our team is here and available for any questions, and that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed with public comments on both items, starting with in person. If anyone would like to be heard on this item, please come to the podium. Don't see anyone online. So questions from city council and borough members are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. So questions. So the zoning for these lots 1 and 2, this is probably a question for staff. Looking at these current zonings for lots 1 and 2, they're very different than what we've seen in most recent. Could you talk a little bit more about what these zonings mean and what this change is going to be for those zonings?
Thank you for the question, council member. If I'm understanding, you mean the difference between the current zoning that's on the property?
Right.
So the current property, I believe, has some agricultural and commercial legacy zoning from Jefferson County. And there's, I believe, a PUD with no PUD plan for the other property. Yes. So what this proposal this evening does is it takes zoning that is not in alignment with the long range plan for Broomfield or with the neighborhood plan, and instead replaces it with a custom zoning document, a PUD, and establishes the PUD plan as well, with uses that are in alignment with the long range plans for Broomfield, the land use map that's in the comprehensive plan, as well as the neighborhood plan. So instead of agricultural uses that are not consistent with that long range vision, we would see multifamily for the northwestern property, as well as business and other business support uses, employment uses for the southeast property.
Great, thank you for that. Another question for you, if you don't mind hanging. With a lot of our residential developments that we've seen, I believe that we've attempted to keep the parking interior to the development and the buildings. And a big part of that is preventing that view of the parking lot from those higher capacity roads. We've seen this on Colorado 7. We've seen it on, I believe, on 287, I-25. For instance, but this development, it looks like a lot of that parking is going to be visible from US 36. Kind of what is unique about this development that prevents us from keeping keeping lot interior to the buildings, and what prevents that from happening?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'd probably ask the applicant to go into more in depth about the challenges they might have faced with locating the buildings and the parking on the site. But specifically, one of the things that was accomplished was including some tuck under garages to help reduce the visual appearance of some of the parking by providing that amenity within the building space. And we don't see as large expanses of parking as we might in some areas. And instead, there is visible parking, but it is reduced somewhat by the centralized placement of the buildings. And then I'd ask if it was okay, the applicant could speak to more of their challenges with the design.
Yeah, can I ask one quick follow-up before we go to the developer? So is that, in general, our goal is to keep that parking interior toward these buildings?
In general, most areas we do try to provide as much screening as possible. I think one of the things that we like to see is garage parking. It is an expensive amenity for these developers to provide, but it is also highly desirable to have some indoor parking spaces as well as the surface parking for the residents, the future residents in this location.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Yeah, I'd be happy to hear from the developer about this.
Thank you for the question. It's a good one. So our site was unique, and really what has brought us to the layout that we have is the sewer easement that's running east to west through our site. Our first, just to be frank, our goal is to have parking as best we can as well. So I agree with you there. We were limited with that sewer easement. We tried to relocate that easement, but we were quickly told that that was not going to be a possibility. So we were just limited in how we could angle the buildings and where we could put the buildings. We've got a steep grade from on Wadsworth Boulevard along our eastern property line. And so the only way to get up to that grade where we can enter into our buildings had to push those buildings back slightly away from Wadsworth Boulevard. One thing we worked through with city staff through the SDP process has been putting in a sufficient landscaping plan that is going to adequately screen parking as best as possible, as well as one of the reasons we understood parking was there. That would be something that could be seen from the interstate, and a huge piece to us was building a product that would stand out but add value, and that's what led us to adding those murals as well, so that when people's attention to our project, it catches their eye. The murals is what catches the attention, the facades of our buildings. And we're really excited about those and believe that they'll truly stand out in the community. So it was a multitude of reasons, but mainly that sewer easement is what forced us to lay our site out the way we did.
Okay, great, thank you. So as you know, one of the questions that we heard from our public during the concept review on this project was regarding the noise mitigation, and especially on the western side of this project. This project also sits under kind of the donut loop around RMMA. So I'm curious, what additional insulation with the treatments will be added to provide extra noise mitigation on the western side of buildings, as well as the noise overhead from RMMA?
Absolutely, great question. So we heard that comment. We had an acoustic study done on our site. That was also another reason why we laid our site out as we did, is we were trying to push those buildings back as far as we could from Highway 36 to minimize that noise. Through that acoustic study that was done, we've put in windows that meet a sound attenuation that exceeds what was recommended. We've also had proper insulation in to mitigate that noise. And both of those things that we're doing exceed RMMA's requirement and recommendation based on our location. So we feel like we are in a good position to minimize that noise. Also, another point is on the ends of those buildings facing west, facing 36, it's really not, there's not a significant amount of windows and large windows on those ends of the building, which is also going to help us minimize that noise. It was something we evaluated as we worked through with that sound acoustician.
Great, thank you. And then just a final question at this point. So there's been, this site is, I guess the desire for this and a comprehensive plan is mixed use. We've seen many projects that have come through with this intent of mixed use, and we get the residential first, and then we are promised the commercial retail second. This is setup, just like many of those projects that we've seen. And my worry is that, I guess my question is at this point, is what is the viability of the commercial and what commitments have you all received from investors, tenants, construction companies for that commercial retail on that southern lot?
Yeah, great question. So we heard that point from council, and we were working with Mr. Randall, who's the owner of Colorado R&R, which is our southern parcel, to get, this was preliminarily early on when we went before concept review, we were trying to work out an access easement that would be our secondary point of access to Wadsworth Boulevard, which was described in the presentation as the triangle piece. That's the northern tip of Colorado R&R's parcel. As we were working through that and we heard city council, this was later in the process when we came up with this idea, but it made the most sense for us to meet the intent of the comprehensive plan to acquire that piece outright, and not just the northern tip, but the entire parcel, so that we could have a hand on identifying the allowed uses. And as we laid out those uses, we met with city staff. We also had our own input, but we came up with a list of uses that we felt like met that future comprehensive plan and was one that would add value to our community and to the area as a whole. Let me be clear, it is not our intent to sit on extra land. That is not something we want to do. We are not land speculators. We've already had discussions or received some interest from potential developers of that piece. However, we're not yet sure if that's going to be something we're going to develop ourselves, or if it's going to be one that we will partner with another developer to develop a retail or office component, whatever that looks like. But I do want to be clear, it is incredibly important for us to have that piece of land developed. I don't have a timeline for you, council member, unfortunately, but it will be of the essence to us and to our plan for the project.
Thank you for that. So a follow-up question to that. So when we're looking at that lot, it's not traditionally shaped. It sounds like that there may be some complications with that. These raise some red flags for me when we're talking about commercial and retail later on. So when we're looking at the site, what is the viability of that site to have a commercial, and how's that been looked at this point?
Absolutely. We laid out a couple of different plans internally for us to look at and see what we can fit. There is some floodplain on that site, so we will begin the process of probably doing a cloner to reduce or minimize that floodplain area to allow us for more developable land. And based on conversations we've had with the engineers, we believe that could be reduced by up to 50% potentially that's on the site, and it's a minimal portion of the site that's in that floodplain. We laid out the office option and we're able to get 2 buildings totaling, I believe, 36,000 square feet, as well as we laid out a retail option, and they both were what we believe to be viable plans. Although it does seem a little misshapen, it is still about 4.5 acres. So it's a sizable piece of land that gives us a good box to work in. And we believe there's several building footprints, several different product types that could work on that site that would meet the use in the comprehensive plan.
Thank you for that. Sarah, that's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna kind of go off of what Councilmember Schaaf was just asking for staff first. We're seeing a lot of these type of developments where residential are coming to us in areas that were previously mixed use. This particular side of 36, why are we having such difficulty finding mixed use commercial projects to? Because I know this, I mean, given the request before us we take a financial hit to our long-range financial plan, so why can't we find what we had planned on?
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Romine may have some more to add, but I think some of what we are seeing in this area is the interest in residential near the bus rapid transit station, and also some of the limitations in terms of access for this area. Although it's much improved in the last 10 or 15 years, it is still more challenging in this location in terms of access for say retail type uses.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I almost want to say exactly what she said. The reality is this side is has a little bit more restricted access. We've actually had several firms look at it. It would almost have to be destination retail. More than likely, it will be office technology type of activity. Again, as the applicant has pointed out, the 4 acres is a substantial enough size that you can get something to develop there. But in the conversations we've had with various people who've looked at that side, it really has been the access getting to the site from 36. It's highly visible, as you all know, but it's a difficult site to get to. And that's where it has struggled. We've had a major firm look at it, and they were unable to get their corporate leadership to agree to that side because of that access.
Question, the land that's directly to the west of that southern site, what is that?
See that site? Yeah. So they do have, so part of this is as 36 was expanding, they had to do some work on that, including some water mitigation. So that's what some of that was.
And so given your assessment, what you just said, do you anticipate that the southern parcel will be able to be developed if we approve the residential? I mean, as Councilmember Schaaf said, we have approved sites in the past and then have not been gotten what we were promised on the following commercial. So what do you assess on this?
Again, I believe this, in just the conversations we've had with people who've actually been looking for sites as they've evaluated, we have pointed a number of people into this direction for that destination retail and or some of that technology kind of service support. And so even some local firms have looked at it, and it's just a matter of working with Blackburn and others to overcome some of those cost issues that are related to it. So that what was talked about with the cloners and those other things, or at least one of the firms that looks very specifically at this area, that was one of the primary issues, was that additional cost that they were going to have to do. So somebody that is working on that area as a whole and kind of can mitigate some of those across the larger scale of development, I think that would make this project come more fully. The second part of it I would just want to reference again is there is an increasing level of development coming on the east side, as you have pointed out with your question specifically. And so what we're seeing is that whole east side is starting to develop more and more, and that's a positive too. So that route that comes across underneath just to the south of this property that connects it into Interlochen is actually a viable connection point here. So we see that as all, as we continue to grow that part of the community, actually going to make this even more likely to develop as commercial. So as pointed out in our memo, as Anna pointed out, we see these things as coming. We did put it very specifically to say there is a negative fiscal impact, but that we do see it coming quickly forward. But I don't want to pick a particular year. The other one point I'd just like to point out, Mayor, just for your information and for the councils, I did receive comments, both, or not comments, but a follow-up from both the two borough commissioners who were unable to attend today, as well as Jefferson County Schools. And so they are aware of this, but were unable to attend tonight. Just to let you know that, because sometimes the question is where's our other two borough members? But they did reach out. My board member Mitchell reached out about an hour ago, and the Jefferson County or Jeffco Schools superintendent wants us to follow up a little bit more on this with them, but they didn't see any reason why I couldn't proceed. Thank you.
Okay. A few questions for the developer. One, first, we're going off of that conversation. Given concept review questions and the concerns about the commercial residential, explain to me the choice to bring this forward now and not hold off a little bit until you can bring forward both together.
To be frank, we've been working on this project for a very long time. We've been working on it now for about 2.5 years. And we see the demand, there's significant changes occurring. We have allocated a significant amount of capital to this project over the course of 2.5 years. And we don't like to rush decisions. We felt like if we tried to move forward with our own plan on that site, it may feel a little rushed, and that's not who we are. We want to have intent behind the project. And we want to take our time to create and bring something that's going to add value. And so that's why we decided to really be frank, to get through this. And then turn our focus to that project and get something put together as quickly as we can.
Okay. And then switching gears on the affordability, why did the cash flow, why not provide all of the units?
Great question. So our initial what we proposed at concept review was to only pay cash in lieu for all 20% of the units. And we received generally support of that or understanding of that. But it's been a moving target over the almost 2 years since concept review. We've received a lot of feedback from staff. We've also heard the theme from city council of the importance from Jeff and the city manager, Ms. Hoffman, on the importance of affordable housing. And so it calls us to reevaluate. What can we do? What can we change? Because I mentioned our site constraints earlier. Those are significant. And one thing that was touched on in the presentation is the water loop. We were forced to, in order to develop this piece of property, we had to loop the water up to 1/16. We had to work with the property owner to the north to negotiate that. And there's a significant amount of cost in us constructing and fronting that loop. But that had to be done for anything else, sap down Wadsworth Boulevard to be developed for there to be a secondary point, for that water, which is a significant amount of offsite cost. Also with the series and those constraints, we had to go vertical, to afford that offsite cost. So what that did was that forced us to have, and also try to have parking and screen parking to build our first level as a podium garage, which is concrete structure. On top of that, we're doing 4 stories of residential. And to be frank, that is a tremendously expensive form of construction. Because of that, it has just limited the amount that we can do. But we did, because we knew the importance of council and staff, we reevaluated and pushed it as far as we possibly could to get the 8%, because we could see how important it is to this community.
Okay. And then one final question on the parking. You mentioned that the parking garage is underneath, and I know concept review, we talked about the potential over parking. I know you're providing the number of parking units, spaces that we require in our code. Did you do a study on how many you actually need for the site?
No, we didn't do a specific study. We didn't hire a consultant or anything like that. We have kind of an internal tracker that we do that we feel like is necessary. We felt like that aligned with code. And that's what forced us to shoot for landing at code. Now, we certainly would love to have less parking, and do different things with our site. But it was one thing that we chose to meet code on.
Even with the location, the proximity to the transit?
We did, yes. We still feel like, tenants in the area, although it is a true transit-oriented site and our connection of the the trail to RTD, we're ecstatic about that for our tenants. We do feel like the location would still be a site where we're adhering to families that may have cars. We are someone who may commute somewhere else where RTD may be inconvenient. That may not be the case. But we have had complaints on other projects of parking. And we've seen tenants be frustrated. We don't have enough parking. So it was something we just chose. We felt made the most sense to meet code with.
And somebody just said, just gave you one more final question. Is this facility that was looking at the member real quick? Do you have shared workspace built in?
Yes. So we will have in our clubhouse, a co-working space where we'll have different, what we call Zoom rooms or booths and private areas for people to work from home.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I had 4 questions today that I submitted to staff, and I think the first question was about the quiet title action, and it sounded like from your presentation, you answered that. I had never heard of that before, actually. I thought, oh, it's quiet. I didn't know there were loud ones. I work in real estate, and I was like, I didn't know that. I'm still studying now. I do want to echo what the others are saying. My third concern, and I'll jump back to my second and my fourth concern. My third one was about, the commercial in that area.
Staff, is there anyone that could tell me what leverage can we add to ensure that these commercial areas are developed in some sort of timely fashion? Or can we say, hey, come back in a year and tell us where you're at with this commercial?
I'm gonna have Anna answer a little bit of that, and then I'll take the second part, Ms. Berkeley.
Councilmember, Hinkle, with the approval of the PUD plan, there, as it's written today, there's no specific time frame. If the council were to propose something like what you just said in terms of asking them to give an update in a year, staff would be happy to ensure that they were given that opportunity at a future council meeting to come in and give an update if that was so directed from council.
Okay, yes, I am directing, please, thank you. I would appreciate that. So many times where we have development come in for housing and then it's a ghost town after that. And either it's commercial and or parks, but that's another side topic. And then you said you wanted to address something else. Was that the question about the city manager approval process?
No, but we will get to that one in a, so as far as leverage, Councilmember Hinkle, we don't consider it leverage. I mean, it's either we have teeth or we don't. And so to council's point, on the business development agreements that have been in place other than the Flatirons, right? And so we learned when we know better, we do better. And with Flatirons, we were able to have a secured cadence, if you will. The reason it was, we were able to do it there, one, because of the volume. And it's difficult when we're having a small, relatively speaking, number of units that are coming. You can't really say, okay, so do 60 units and then bring in a little bit of commercial, and then you can do your other 60 units. So again, the viability of having a cadence to have teeth in it really depends upon the scope and scale of the development. This development doesn't fit into that category. That's not to say that if you promise to bring the commercial in. I mean, we've also learned on both sides, right? We've been on the receiving end of having really solid partners, which everything up to date from the conversations and redos and back and forth that this developer has brought to the table makes us more and more confident. Is confidence something that we would take for granted? No, because we don't want to strap staff nor council to approve a development and then have somebody come back in and say, oh, what the heck? Again, this is a really tough site. It's a difficult site. It's a difficult site for them. It's a difficult site for us. Again, as the developer stated, they have more investment to pull the trigger on commercial. Although clearly we want to offset some of these from the long range financial plan. All of that said, thinking that there's going to be a replacement project that's going to look any more from a water perspective or affordable housing perspective or a financial perspective, we're probably not going to see that. That's not to say it's a double thumbs up for this development, but it's certainly saying part of the conversation that staff has had with this developer pretty consistently is reflecting council. We didn't want to continue to change the goalposts. And when they're working with CDOT, they're working with the connections, they're working with not changing or having access to the easement with regards to the sewer, a lot of ramifications, and it takes 2.5 years. And so again, weighing the factor of how much does this developer have into doing this kind of goes to the second question of let's wait for another year. We really like you. You've been great partners, but let's see where we're able to go. And if Mr. Romine's adjudication of what's coming actually comes to fruition and it moves a little quicker than it does. Unfortunately, in the development world, time is money and time kills deals. With regards to the call up, it's not unlike the process that we put in place when we were trying to expedite, to where council always has the opportunity to call up. So when we put something on the voice and we say, here's the virtual concept review, and then planning puts out the numerous notices, does council have any issues? And then you're able to call it up. So that's the reference in there. It's not anything other than what we've had in place before.
Okay, so that explains the city manager review and approval of a concept plan exemption on option B, correct? Is that what you were?
Correct.
Right. All right. To say the least, I'll talk about this later, I guess, but, okay, that answers my questions on number 3. I haven't been to the particular area to understand this part, and I think this is a question for staff, but it says the site proposed is lot 1 to be developed with the 227 unit apartment complex, currently contains a residence with outbuildings. Those will be demolished, subject to approval of the demolition permit prior to constructing the apartment complex. Can you describe that area? I assume it's unoccupied, and then what does those refer to exactly? Because we talked about those will be demolished. And then once the reconnaissance survey is completed, what would trigger more expensive preserving the structure if needed?
Thank you, council member. So I'm not sure if the units are still occupied, but the last I knew they did have occupancy in terms of the residents they have building. Yeah, but they are still occupied as of this date. But the survey would be conducted. The survey will document the buildings, what materials were they built of, how were they constructed, where are they on the site. They'll also tell us if there's anything significant in terms of their construction location history. But really the purpose is just to provide that documentation for the city so that we have it moving forward. It's not to determine whether or not the buildings will be saved. All of those structures will be coming down. So the reference to the use of the term those, all of those buildings, the residents, as well as all of the outbuildings would be taken down in order for this development to move forward. And we would then benefit from having the historic survey documents and all of that knowledge before the buildings were demolished.
Okay, and you mentioned, I didn't know that it was occupied. How is it occupied?
The applicant speak to that.
They're occupied by residential tenants. The current owner is renting it out to, well, the planning area A, which is the site to the north, is a residential tenant in those buildings. The planning area B, which is the southern parcel owned by Colorado R&R, is currently a goat farm.
Okay. And so where are all these people and goats gonna go?
Mr. Becker, who owns planning area A, has been in constant contact with those tenants since we went under contract. So he's been filling them in. Their leases run concurrently with our contract. So I'm not sure where they're going to go, but I know that Mr. Becker has been in communication with them for several years on that.
I would like to make sure that they stay.
Absolutely. It is our intent for that as well.
Thank you. And then one more question. Here. It sounds like in my notes, this part where it says the developer is responsible for constructing the 12-foot wide on-site and off-site regional trail segments. They will be required to obtain permits and any necessary easements of the CDOT to construct the trail segment. Yada, yada, yada. We're going to have to, since this trail connects the RTD and bus rapid transit station, the developer will also be required to obtain a written approval from RTD. Is this a timely movement? Is this a administrative approval? What does that look like?
So we have, with CDOT, we've actually been given approval. They've approved our plans. They actually issued a permit, but there was a date when we had to have the construction completed in a certain time frame. And so we agreed with CDOT to hold off on that permit until we have a better understanding of what that timeline could look like. But they have approved and actually agreed to issue a permit on that trail connection. Similar conversation with RTD. We've had verbal approval from them. We've coordinated with them over the past 2 years. The initial plan was for our water line to run within CDOT and RTD right away. There was some concern over that from RTD. And so we were able to work with Mr. Becker, who owns the property to the north of us, to move that water line extension that's going up to 116th onto his property, which alleviated the concern from RTD. So we haven't been given any indication that there will be issues for receiving those approvals.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Lim.
Yes, this is first a question for staff. Back to the current legacy zoning for lot 2. I think you said agricultural. So given the current mess that SB 23213 is in its current state, there's no way that property would revert back to being subject to increased zoning for residential. I mean, I don't know. I don't think those agricultural zoning parts are ironed out yet, is my understanding.
That is correct. They are not ironed out yet. So surmising, we just received the 52-page amendment. So going through and digesting what that is going to take us some time. Great question, though. I mean, from a staff perspective. So I apologize. I said that under my breath, but we're all asking each other that same thing.
Okay, so we really don't know then if lot 2 could revert back to residential.
Councilmember.
Because it could have been, according to this law, as of January 1st, 2023.
Councilmember, with the complexities that's included in, 108 pages plus the 52 pages of amendments, I'd be a little nervous to try and guess how it would potentially apply. I'd have to really give it a little more thought and look at those details.
Oh, okay. This is a sustainability question for the developer. LARC, our land use review committee, asked about the possibility of solar panels, and you answered the question.
Absolutely, be happy to share. From a residential perspective, there's simply, we've got about, out of brain for a year, we're having about 72 units within each building. With that being the case, there's simply not enough area on the roof. Each one of those units has to have its own solar panel. So there's simply not enough space on the roof for enough solar panels to handle the capacity for those units. So solar, unfortunately, on the residential buildings is simply not an option. In regards to the clubhouse, that was something we evaluated, and there's a significant cost impact of adding it to the clubhouse. And as we were measuring everything else we were trying to do on the site from a sustainability standpoint, our trail connectivity, the off-site construction of the water main and Wadsworth Boulevard improvements, among others, as well as improving our EV charging stations, EV capable spaces, EV ready spaces. Those spaces, they add significant amount of cost as we increase our loads that are required with the electrical provider, which is Xcel Energy. So we have a significant cost increase from a transformers perspective and internal site distributions perspective. Those items together, we felt like was better use of our funds as we see a significant amount of demand for electric vehicles and electric charging. So we had to make a decision. It was simply something that we could not afford.
Okay, I mean, I appreciated your EIU numbers. Okay, this is, I guess, for staff.
We have a reduction in PLD funds, fund contribution that we're being asked to approve, is that correct?
Thank you, council member. So yes, there's kind of a complicated way that it's being met. So sorry, I'm gonna look it up to make sure I get all the details correct. But in this case, the applicant is improving a portion of the trail on their site and dedicating an easement. Since it's such a small area, we're finding that that works better for us maintenance, kind of one of those lessons learned. Instead of doing a dedication and trying to reach an agreement with private maintenance of a public piece of property, it's a private property with a public access easement for the trail for a portion of the public land dedication. And then they're asking also for credit for some of their offsite improvements like that trail as well. So all of that goes into their request. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any of the others, but they also do have so they're asking for $41,250 credit towards the cash and lieu balance of $1,113,730. So if approved, the total cash and lieu that the developer is required is just over $1 million, $1,072,000.
So if we look at the reduction that's requested in the PLD funds plus the $407,000 negative revenue source, if there is no commercial done on the lot to the south. Does staff have any, can staff make any assumptions about what might be on the lot commercially to the south and estimate if we're going to make up that negative revenue from the residential in the north?
Mr. Romine's going to come down, but I don't see him with his crystal ball. Yeah. Give it your best shot, Mr. Romine.
Mayor Pro Tem council members, thank you, City and County Manager Hoffman for that buildup. No, honestly, at this point, we have not even speculated what it might be or square feet for that matter, because that's really where we've been, I haven't moved to yet. What we're doing right now is I think the city managers pointed out and shared with you is working on updating the models. Obviously, because of some of the changes that we've experienced and our experience related to both the cost as well as revenue side. So once we have that done, we could do a rough estimate, but I don't have anything that I can speak to tonight. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I think most of my questions, if not all, are for the developer. I want to go back to what Councilmember Glidden mentioned about solar panels. I understand not every unit would be able to use solar panel to power their unit. However, I assume those solar panels could be used to pay for some more common utilities, such as the general lighting in the hallways, exterior lighting, heating in the hallways, the clubhouse, etc. Why not put solar panels on for that purpose? Because residents don't have an option to mitigate usage in those areas. We are required as a renter. My utility charge for the complex as a whole will range anywhere from $90 to almost $120, depending on the time of year.
That's a good question, council member. Thank you. Again, it boiled down to cost. It's still a significant amount of cost for us to add these solar panels on top of the roof. There's a structural impact to our trusses on the roof lines, as well as just some electrical enhancements. We looked into it, and it was just something, it was one of these deals where, as we evaluated everything from sustainability and from an offsite perspective, we couldn't do everything. And so we just tried to choose with direction of staff, what was most important to the city and what would add the most value to the city. And that's why we chose not to implement those and to implement our capital elsewhere.
Okay, did you look at any of grants that are available, federal, state, et cetera, to try and offset some of those costs?
We've had some discussions with Excel Energy regarding grants. We've had them from electrical, we've worked through with our energetics. We hired energetics, which is a third party energy consultant. We hired them to help us with Excel Energy as we work through that and with the funds. And again, it boiled down the cost, looking at how much could we get from those grants versus how much capital we actually have to allocate. And it just still did not make sense.
Okay. I want to reiterate my unsatisfaction with the amount of bike parking. I think there could be more, especially if it doesn't take up that much space. And in regards to parking, I really do wish you guys would have come forward with a variance request to do lower than what Brookfield Municipal Code requires. I see you guys are currently developing a project in Firestone called Firestone Junction. Do you guys know how many parking spaces are going to be there and what is Firestone's requirement? Because that's a 300 unit.
So Firestone's requirement is a bit, it's extremely high. I believe it's 2.2 parks per unit, something along those lines. Our parking ratio there is equating to 2.04 or 06 parks per unit, somewhere in that range. We simply didn't have the space to add any more parking there. So we had as much as we could. And I can go into further details on that project and why we landed where we did, but that's where we landed.
Okay. With your other properties across the country that you own and manage, do you guys know how many of your spaces are actually utilized since you internally track some of this information?
Absolutely, but the majority of the spaces. I don't know the exact percentage, but it is a common theme for cars to be towed, guests being there, they're parked, and we don't have room to spare. We're constantly towing vehicles. We're constantly getting complaints. I would say general rule of thumb, we're in that 1.75 to 1.8 spaces per unit, generally across all of our developments. And even at that number, we still find ourselves getting complaints from tenants. So we, again, have just chosen, if we felt like this was a good number, it would give us a little bit of wiggle room, but not put our tenants in a position where they're forced to park a significant ways from their unit, or where they're forced to complain to us because a guest has showed up and parked in their space.
Okay. I still would have preferred a variance request considering your proximity to transit. And my next question is, what is the expected rent of these units?
It's approximately, can't remember the exact number, but somewhere between $2.10 to $2.20 a unit. Excuse me, per square foot. I apologize. Yeah, I know that everybody can jump with it. All government units. Yeah, apologies for that. $2.10 to $2.20 per square foot, and our average square foot is just over $950. So we're looking in the $2,000 range.
Okay, so that's going to be slightly more affluent residents, to be honest. Which means they probably have more of an office type job. And, Denver and Boulder are still very large feeder markets for us, which are served by the US 36 corridor. So that's why I bring up the parking plus proximity to transit. That's maybe all my questions right now, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I'll be brief as Councilmember Lim. Yes, most of the question I wanted to ask about the Bermuda Triangle that we've been talking about. It feels as though the likelihood of this site being developed commercially is remote, past this prologue. Is there a way to, on one hand, require updates annually or something to the council as to the progress for development so that there's some endpoint where we give up? Or something is developed and we find some other use for that land, and whether if it's not commercial, if it's not agricultural, could it eventually become something our housing authority could develop into affordable housing?
Great question, council member. And I'll say this. I do believe that what we're doing with planning area A, as well as what's happening just east of us across Wadsworth Boulevard, the expansion, the widening of Wadsworth Boulevard, the sidewalk, the regional trail connectivity that we're creating. This planning area B, per the subdivision improvement agreement that we've agreed to with the city, it will be required, whoever develops that, if that's us or someone else, to extend that regional trail connection and to extend sidewalk and also to improve Wadsworth Boulevard. All of those reasons, as well as others, lead me and our team to believe that we're setting the stage now for that project, that parcel to be developed. Mr. Romine touched on earlier how people have looked at it in the past, but connectivity, access has been an issue. With Wadsworth Boulevard being widened, being improved, trail connectivity. From an office perspective, this will be a location where tenants can commute via RTD. They can get off and ride their bike or walk down to their office every day. So we feel like we're setting the stage for it to be improved. I think from office, commercial, retail is always the last product to come in. Rooftops bring that development. And I mentioned earlier, and I can't emphasize this enough, we're not land speculators. We, there's a significant amount of capital that's being put to that parcel, and we can't afford for it to sit there and not do anything. Just to be completely frank, it has to be developed, and it has to be developed in a timely manner, whether that's us or whether that's somebody else.
But for you, I'm sure there's a time frame. I mean, 5 years.
5 years is too long.
Too long. You think that we could reasonably expect something in 3 to 5 years?
My guess, I can't commit to anything on the spot, but that is incredibly problematic for us if nothing's happened in 3 to 5 years. Because like I said, we don't sit on land for extensive periods of time. We're developers and a construction company, and we build communities and assets to add value. And so that's our philosophy.
Okay. And just in closing real quick, I do appreciate the work you're doing and the trails, making those improvements, and including affordable housing. And developers do include it, we get affordable housing really quickly. The one downside of the cash in lieu is it does go to the housing alliance, but it takes a lot longer for that housing to occur. So I do appreciate there at least some. And in the next development tonight, we'll have a lot more, which would be really welcome. But thank you.
Thank you. So we finished our first round of questions, and I would like to go ahead and take our 10-minute recess. It's 8:31. We'll be back at 8:41. Thank you.
Yeah, let me.
Right.
I could do it. Thank you for putting down.
Oh, yeah.
I like everything. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Thank you, and we're back. Your questions portion of this item, and I would like to defer to our city and county attorney, Nancy Rogers, for an update.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, in this type of approval, in addition to the resolution for the city to consider and the resolution for borough to consider, typically you would have also seen an ordinance to rezone. As we talked about, this is zoned right now A1 and C1J. For this to go forward, we need to rezone. By our code, that's done by ordinance. This is an oversight by us, and I apologize for that. What we are going to request as a solution is we'd like council to continue this discussion and continue the discussion and the approval of the final plat, the SDP and the PUD. However, we would ask that the resolution for the city, if council were to approve, be conditioned on the approval of the rezone ordinance. We would bring that back to you for first reading at your next meeting and second reading at the meeting immediately following that. Those are very short ordinances. And like I said, typically this would have been included in your packet for this meeting, and it was an oversight on our part, and I apologize.
It happened.
Are there any concerns with that plan? I guess, Mayor, if I can defer back to you, maybe if there are concerns, we can have a very short discussion. We have discussed this with the applicant and they're in agreement with this plan. The other option would be we would have to continue this hearing, do the first reading of the ordinance, bring back the applicant and do the hearing again at second reading. And we think everybody's time is better spent with the condition option.
All right, so I'll kind of take a pulse of council, or is everybody okay with Ms. Rogers' recommendation for the conditional approval?
Then when it comes up for a vote, we'll make sure, and Curtis, I'll send you the language. We'll make sure we have it up on the board.
All right, great, sounds great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Mrs. Burton, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you very much. That summed it up.
All right, excellent. So we were on questions. Are there any other questions on this, Councilmember Marshall?
Just a couple follow-up questions that I thought of while everyone else was asking questions. The trail that you're connecting, that you're building on the north side of it, is that connecting to 116?
Yes, it's connecting to the RTD bus stop there at 116th and the pedestrian bridge that connects over to Arista.
And is that going to be on, kind of look at the map, is that going to be on that other property that has the, looks like the storage?
No, it is going to be actually in CDOT right away. And that is when we were addressing the permit and those plan approvals from CDOT, that is the specific area we were talking about. That along with the portion of the trail that runs directly parallel with the western border of our site.
What's the buffer there between the proposed trail and US 36?
I'm not exactly sure of the measurement, but we are constructing guardrails per direction from CDOT that will have been approved by them as well to serve as a buffer and a safety measure.
Are they on the same level? I mean, the road is the same level.
It's pretty much the same, yes. There's a little bit of grade, but it's not significant.
There won't be a wall there.
No, there will not be a wall.
And then one final question, you mentioned the water right away along the other property to the north. You kind of mentioned that you were potential development future. Are you considering?
No. So what I touched on earlier was that early on, when we weren't proposing to loop that water main, but as we met with city staff, specifically the fire marshal and fire staff, we were informed early on that the only way for this property to be developed, as well as these other properties that are within this corridor, the ones to the north of us, as well as the planning area B, the parcel to the south that we have in our PUD as well. In an effort for those to be developed, the fire marshal informed us that we had to figure out a solution to loop that water main. We had two options. One was to bore under US 36, and the other was to find a way to get it back up to 116 to tie into the existing line.
Okay. So you don't have any plans or ideas to acquire any of those properties to the north?
No, we've had discussions on it, but they unfortunately didn't work out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Councilmember Shaft.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one additional question. So I think this is more for staff. So in the council memo, it talks about the negative revenue of $407,000. But it says that this could potentially be decreased with commercial on that southern lot. If there were additional residential that was built onto that southern lot, would that negative revenue go up, or would it stay stagnant?
Councilmember Shaw, yes, the number would increase, or the revenue would decrease if residential were proposed for lot 2, but I should note that that is not a part of the proposal this evening. The PD very specifically does not allow residential on that parcel, and city council would have to consider through a public hearing any amendment to change that entitlement.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Last call for questions. All right, there being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. First is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-40. I see that it has been updated, Ms. Rogers.
Yeah.
Okay, will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-40 by title?
Eleven A, resolution 2023-40, approving the Wadsworth Junction Planned Unit Development Plan Amendment, final plat and east site development plan.
Thank you. Before I ask for a motion, what is the motion?
I mean, right now it would be the motion to approve, and then I'm going to request that a council member pursue an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that resolution number 2023-40 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any discussion?
Thanks, Mayor. So the developer talks about that there were some changes presented at the concept review that are different from today, and I think the comment was it's different, and I would say that there are some aspects that are different, but from what we saw at the concept review, there's a lot of similarity. You know, for me, I love the murals. I appreciate the historical photos that are used in the concept renderings that are included in the memo. I think that, you know, we get an important trail connection here with this development. The developer has included energy efficiency aspects, EV charging stations, detention ponds for right-of-way runoff, utility relocations. And I look at all of those things that we get with this project, and I start to think about what do we give up in getting those aspects. I am concerned about the fact that big commercial won't come later on that southern property. That is a big sticking point for me. I have to put a lot of you know, I ask a lot of questions to try to get at the intent of what the southern portion of this property is, since it is included in the overall PUD. So, you know, I'm leaning towards to be in support of this project because of all the positive aspects and all of the things that this project does. But I feel like, you know, I've been down this road before, not Wadsworth, but down the road of approving a development that promises commercial, and that commercial doesn't end up coming to fruition. And, you know, the thought of going forth and approving a residential first with the promise of commercial second, I do worry about that. And, you know, there is some of the things that you had talked about, such as, you know, potential office aspects, some other commercial, you know, retail is a great, but the memo did talk about flex space, which is a popular type of commercial use right now. So it does make me think that there are some possibilities, but looking at this piece of property, it does say to me that there's some aspects which are going to be tricky to develop, and I worry that that's going to end up being residential down the road. So at this point, I'm excited to listen to my council colleagues' comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm probably as much on the fence as Councilmember Shapp is. there was a lot of good with this project. This is Ward 1, and having spent a decent amount of time over there, in the community, this is an area that is difficult to develop. And I fully understand that and recognize that, and it's an area that needs to be developed, frankly. And this is a great project, but I do have the same concerns. In the year and a half I've been on council, and in the years I've paid attention to council before that, I've seen a lot of projects where things get promised and they don't happen. And that was my question to whether or not, why it couldn't have been brought together, or together. And that's my concern. I also have other concerns with affordability, the sustainability aspects that aren't there. I appreciate what the applicant is doing with the sustainability, but I wish we could do more as far as the solar, the parking, as I've said before in other meetings. I don't believe that parking minimums are what we should be going forward with anymore. We should be having parking maximums instead. And this transient oriented development, I don't believe we need the parking that is there. And that's just more concrete space that we have on the ground. So I am on the fence also, so I look forward to hearing my colleagues' comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember David.
Thank you, Mayor. I have similar concerns. I do like this development. I like the art. I like the density. I like that we do have bike storage. And I like that we have affordable housing. I also want to be a good fiscal steward for the city and county of Brookfield, and that does mean that the southern lot really does need to be mixed use in the future. I mean, I think I'm good with this now, but you're going to be hearing something very different if we circle back here. And the south part is we're asking for it to be residential instead of this mixed use commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn.
Yes, I have more hesitations to approve this, as is also. I'm worried about the commercial development on the southern lot. We have a contrasting development following this, which apparently is going to do solar panels and is electric ready. And is doing transportation demand management for its residents. So I certainly can't debate numbers that the developer is referring to with what they can or cannot do, but I would certainly rather see more of this development, the actual site affordable housing, on-site affordable housing. So those are my thoughts. I'm still up in the air.
Thank you. Any other councilmember discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. All right, so I appreciate all the comments and questions on my council to some extent. I am cut to the chase. I agree with a lot of the concerns, but I'm in favor of this tonight. I'm familiar with this area, and I totally agree with all the skepticism on that second parcel. I don't think retail will ever go in there. It's just not it's a quiet street, and with whatever's being built, you'll never have that critical mass, I'm pretty sure. Office, not a great idea right now. I think you guys understand that. Maybe flex space, and then that was mentioned that could possibly be a good idea. But I fully expect this will probably come back to you guys in a couple of years. Probably not what you're expecting, so stick to your guns. But I get it. The parking, I'm going to push back on my colleagues on that one a little bit. I would love to have no parking, lots of green space and park space, but I understand that's not the reality. And my experience in apartment homes in the past, if there's not enough parking, I think that's a nightmare. Trying to find spaces, having to park the opposite side of the complex or illegally parking, I think you mentioned that. Be a nightmare for the residents, nightmare for the town, for the city. Having to enforce that and nightmare for the management. So I totally understand and sympathize with the desire to have less parking there, and I hope your parking is underutilized and we have a case study to require less parking in the future. But I don't think we're quite there yet, and I would trust your judgment on that. And also agree and sympathize with my colleagues on solar, but I do also understand you can't have everything. And if you are doing some of the other things, particularly the affordable housing, I know, and that is to me, probably the biggest benefit that we will be getting out of this. And like only providing the 18 units, which would be great if we had more. I did see, I think it was 1.6 million in cash in lieu. That's a good chunk of change that hopefully we can utilize and do something positive with. I did like Councilmember Cohen's comments at one point about maybe that second parcel becomes an affordable housing. And down the road, if the office space does not become viable, then and if you're truly looking at dealing with this quickly within the next few years, then maybe that is a possibility to deal with our housing authority. We could figure out a way to put some truly affordable housing in that spot. So I will be in favor of this today. I won't be here when you come back and go years and ask for more residential in that second lot. So I will be yes today.
Thank you. And Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been attentively listening to my colleagues' comments, and they're always asking very good questions and always putting the citizens first in all these projects. But I like this project, and I appreciate how the developer has worked with the team. I appreciate their anticipating the issues that are important to council. And I think they've done a good job in preparing that. I don't want to hold them accountable for things beyond their control. And I just think that this is a good project and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to support this project tonight in the transit-oriented area. We need density, support more transit in that neighborhood. And one fun fact that I learned while at the NLC in the first tier suburbs is the US as a whole has the highest amount of retail square footage per capita in the entire world, which largely means we have too much. So I do not anticipate retail space coming into this, maybe office or some sort of flex space for small scale manufacturing. Like I mentioned earlier, could go in there. But I think given that this is a transit oriented neighborhood, is within a half mile of a fairly frequent transit stop most of the time. It warrants having this change of use and I'm not quite as concerned about that second parcel.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I just want to echo that my concern is also that commercial component comes forward in whatever shape it is. I just want to disagree with Mayor Pro Tem that's going to come back as residential because we need to hold the developer to this that will be commercial. And we've done that with other developers. That's going to be the first questions we're asking. And a couple of us are saying maybe we should put this on a calendar for every year today to get an update. And I think we will do that to say how is this going. And I just wanted to mention the parking, a statistic that I heard recently, and this goes to those parking spaces because it seems like we have too many and yet they're being utilized. And that it's it was a statistic I think over 90% of the time your vehicle is just parked. But until we get to that point, we get to the ride, like the actual true shared cars, we're still in this predicament. But I'm strongly looking forward to that point in time where there is that ability to share vehicles more readily and people can truly move away from those cars. But I get it until then, those parking spots probably will be used. But yeah, the biggest concern is that commercial. I'll support it tonight, but we'll be holding you to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Hinkle and then Cone. I think you did. I'm actually gonna go to Councilmember Cohen first, then I'll. Okay, Cohen, then Hinkle.
That's for
I get a left word.
I just, said I would support this. I wanted to, agree with mostly, well, you agree mostly with the mayor pro tem. That doesn't happen often, you know. No, I do want to say I do support this project and I appreciate the efforts made in terms of some affordable housing, improvements to transit and the trail. I'm sort of in the club that doesn't think this will ever really develop commercially, and the designation of it to be commercial is highly optimistic for a very difficult location in terms of access and just the land itself. So maybe down the road it could be affordable housing in another form. So I also just comment real quickly. I appreciate the desire to reduce the amount of parking, but to the Mayor Pro Tem said it's premature. We're not there yet. I work in an area of high demand for parking and not enough parking. And when that happens, people will park anywhere they can park. It'll be on the curb, in the fire zone, in front of the hydrant, in front of houses, in driveways. And it just will not be a good experience. So it's better to provide sufficient amount for a quality experience. So again, I do hope we see progress in the years ahead, but hopefully we can check it annually, as Councilmember Anderson said. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. So if this were a standalone project and it didn't have that other piece to it, it would be pretty easy, as long as we weren't, you know, going against what our long range financial goals are. This is, and it's just a constant thing that we're seeing, and then we don't have it being developed. So this is sort of a pain point with us. Yeah, when I requested to have the yearly check-in, you know, it sounds like the other council members also agree that we really need to have that. So I would like to give staff that direction so that we can put them on the calendar for next year, please. So I am for this project. I just worry about the future of our financial stability and those who own land and are wanting to develop it. But if we can be partners in that, you know, obviously we have a very good, strong staff that will help you be partners in this. You know, on the other side of that coin, you know, we know that light industrial is probably more feasible nowadays, just in general. We have a lot more light industrial going in. So yeah, I just really want to see something that will benefit Broomfield and our residents as well, in addition to the housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Can I, is that area like the only area in Broomfield that's served by transit right now? I think it is.
Yes.
It's the only spot in the entire 33.5 square miles that's actually served by RTD, correct?
Correct.
Just want to make that point. For $14 million. All right, so enough of that.
Mayor, can I have Curtis put up the link, I'm sorry, Councilman Ward.
Go ahead, Councilman Ward. He knows better.
Oh, I was just gonna ask,
Oh, is that what you wanted? Okay.
Curtis, if I could have you throw up that language and scroll down to the highlighted section and make it as big as you can. I guess you all have yours. So, as we discussed, staff would like council to float this amendment where the following condition would be approval of a rezoning ordinance for the subject property pursuant to chapter 1748 of our code. Like I said, that would come back for first reading on the 25th and second reading on May 9th.
Yeah.
so I would like to vote an amendment to approve the resolution upon the condition that approval of a rezoning ordinance for the subject property by council pursuant to Brookfield Municipal Code chapter 17-48.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Hinkle? Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just want to clarify that the amendment is that would be to approve the application with the subject to this approval. 3.1.
Yes, but this wouldn't be the ultimate vote on the approval. This is just on adding this condition.
Okay, so this is,
Yeah.
so we're just, okay.
Councilmember Marshall.
Does this require a vote of supermajority to add the amendment? To discuss the
Technically,
amendment?
yes, since it was an amendment introduced on the floor. That's the rules, y'all read them. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So any other discussion? Question? No? Will the clerk please call the roll? We're voting on this amendment.
Delavatio,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski.
Yeah.
Leslie,
Yes,
Lem.
Yeah.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shaft,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yeah.
Cohen.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. So now what do we do? Okay, now we will go back to the main vote. Do we have to do discussion again? No. All right, so will the clerk please call the roll?
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski.
Yes.
Leslie,
Are you there, Councilmember Leslie?
yes, I'm sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay, thank you.
Lem,
No.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shaft,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yeah.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delavatio.
Yes.
Thank you, that passes 9-1. All right, well, all of those years of hard work have finally paid off. Thank you for hanging in there and for being willing to work with them. All right, moving on. 11B. The next item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-42, approving the Harvest Station filing number 3, Harvest Hill Workforce Housing Planned Unit Development Plan Amendment, Final Plat and Site Development.
Well, good luck.
Urban Renewal Site
Nice to
Plan.
see you.
Thanks.
I
This
hate
item
not being your neighbor anymore.
With item 15.
And his mom's now.
Harvesthill Urban Renewal Authority, which was called to order previous. Declare the public hearing open. And we'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures as previously outlined. Council and borough members have copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and Ms. Bertenzetti is going to walk us through this item, and similar to the last conversation, there are some questions for planning. There are some questions regarding economics. So we'll kind of do the same round robin. The bigger question from Councilmember Hinkle, we will field to the developer to answer the questions with regards to the MOU and conversations that have been taking place outside of CCOB realm directly with the nonprofit. Ms. Bertenzetti, please introduce us to this topic.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Authority members, Hannah Bertenzetti, Director and Co-Director for Community Development. If we can have the next slide. Ulysses Development Group has submitted an application request for a planned unit development amendment, final plat and urban renewal site plan, site development plan. The application would allow for the development of 152 unit workforce housing apartment complex. The site is highlighted here in the aerial image. The application affects all of the planning area tract P within the Harvest Station PUD, and the subject site is located east of US 36 and just south of State Highway 128. Next slide, please. The comprehensive plan land use map that's shown here.
Ms. Bertenzetti, I apologize. I'm waiting for my colleague to come back up. We need a do-over. Okay. Ms. Rogers?
We need to do a borough vote. There was a city's resolution, and I appreciate council making that amendment. The borough vote does not have the same amendment, so that's the resolution that was in the packet. My apologies, we need to do the borough vote on
I apologize
the
that
Wadsworth Junction.
I missed it. I skipped it, so I'm so sorry, y'all. Good catch. So we're gonna move forward then to vote for resolution number 2023-41-UR as amended.
No, there's no amendment.
Okay,
That's
that was
only for
just-
the city.
Thank you. Okay, so we lost somebody. We lost council member Ward. Do you want to grab him real quick? Can we have you back for a revote? Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear for the record, Mayor, this isn't a revote. You have not yet voted as borough members on the
There's
resolution.
a vote we forgot.
Yes.
Okay, we're doing it now. All right, will the clerk please call the roll for resolution number 2023-41-UR?
Jazersky?
Yes.
Leslie?
Yes.
I don't think we have a computer. Where was it in my script?
So, Mayor,
Oh, there it is. Okay. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-41-UR by title?
15A, resolution number 2023-41-UR, approving the Wadsworth Junction Urban Renewal Site Plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that resolution number 2023-41-UR be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Claudia, just to confirm, we're calling the rolls for borough.
Yeah, the two extra votes.
No, it does not.
Jazersky?
Yes.
Leslie?
Yes.
Lim?
No.
Marshall?
Yes.
Mitchell? Nielsen? Schaff?
Yes.
Ward?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yeah.
Cohen?
Yeah.
Delgadillo?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Thank you. That passes 9-1. So we are now done.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah,
Thank
we are
you.
now done. Thank you. Thank you
My
all.
apologies, y'all. Thank you. 11B. The next item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council consideration of proposed, we already did this. Do I have to do it again? How?
I want to restart the hearing on.
Oh, I want to restart the hearing. So it's open and we'll follow the city standard public hearing procedures, and Ms. Bertanetti had already started. So continue, Ms. Bertanetti.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll continue the presentation at slide 3, which looks like it's here. The comprehensive plan land use map with the subject parcel is outlined on the screen. It's designated as mixed use commercial. The use proposed is consistent with the uses permitted in the comprehensive plan. And I'll also note it is consistent with the neighborhood plan as well, the original revealed neighborhood plan. Next slide, please. The final plot shown here for reference will create one lot for the apartment complex and one tract for a public park, as well as the utility maintenance and access easements necessary for the apartment project. The proposed PUD amendment affects this property only, and if approved, it would allow for a standalone residential use within this planning area of the PUD, where it previously had allowed commercial uses, or does currently allow commercial uses. The amendment also would permit the increase in the number of residential units allowed within the Harvest Station PUD from 516 to 668 by adding an additional 152 units. Next slide, please. The 152 unit complex consists of a single apartment building laid out kind of in an E shape, a letter E. There are community gathering areas in 2 courtyards, an underground detention facility, a public park, parking, and landscaping. The 4-story building is approximately 53 feet in height. For comparison, the apartment complex to the south is about 42 feet in height, and the Harvest Station PUD overall allows up to an 85-foot height limit. The 0.57 acre improved park meets the 10% public land dedication requirement of the site as obligated in this Harvest Station PUD. Parking for tenants and guests will be offered via the 155 parking spaces on the site. Electric vehicle parking spaces are provided consistent with the municipal code. There's 2 access points shown, and the fire district and traffic engineering have reviewed access and found it acceptable. The developer is providing 100% income aligned units at 80% area median income through a mix of 36 3-bedroom, 68 2-bedroom, and 48 1-bedroom units. These will be deed restricted for about 40 years. 4 to 40 years, not about. The project has changed over time as it's moved through the concept review to today's consideration of the final plans. When the proposal was considered a concept review, the applicant had anticipated 100% affordable at 30 to 60% AMI, and the applicant can speak to how the project has changed over time. This level of affordability, they proposed 80% AMI with 100% of the units does meet the requirements under the alternative option to the inclusionary housing ordinance that can be considered by city council. Next slide, please. The application includes a request for 3 variances associated with this development. These are captured on the cover sheet of the site development plan. I know it's a little hard to read on the screen, but it's the same as that it's found on the site development plan. The first is a reduction in the parking requirement by 14.4%. The Brookfield Municipal Code would have required 298, and this variance would reduce that by 43. The plan is also including 54 tandem parking spaces. These spaces would be assigned to tenants with more than 1 vehicle within like a 2 or 3-bedroom unit. There are also 2 other variances that are related to streetscape planting requirements of the PUD. The first is for the requirement along Wadsworth Boulevard, which changes from a double row of street trees to a single row of trees along the back side of the sidewalk. And the second is for the planting along 118th Avenue, where the planting along the backside, they're planting along the backside of the sidewalk versus within the tree lawn, because the sidewalk is already existing with no tree lawn, wide enough for trees. The justification for the parking reduction, as provided in the variance, included a transportation demand management plan. These are more detailed in the staff memorandum, but generally included eco passes to be provided for the first 2 years, as well as a telecommuter lounge, on-site bicycle parking, curb management, which is providing additional space for things like the rideshare pickups, rideshare and resident-to-resident car sharing, and new resident packets and transportation information being provided. The applicant can also provide additional information regarding these efforts. Next slide, please. These images are the architectural style of the apartment buildings as seen from the east and west elevations. Next slide, please. The concept plan for the apartment complex was reviewed via an online website, the Brookfield Voice, in 2022. Council members did provide comments regarding the concept proposal, generally favorable with of the less parking that was proposed, but also indicated the importance of providing the EV parking, high-speed internet, and the recycling available on site for residents. The Land Use Review Commission heard this request on February 27th and voted 6-0 to recommend approval. And the neighborhood meeting was also held as required, as well as all of the public notices for the public meetings associated with the project. Next slide, please. Staff did identify a single concern with, or key issue, I should say, with the proposal, and that is that the PUD does not currently allow multifamily within this tract of the Harvest Station PUD. Instead would permit business uses. And since this application is requesting residential versus commercial, staff identified an estimated fiscal impact regarding the multifamily to be negative $253,000 annually. However, it should be noted this project does provide much needed income aligned housing that helps to achieve other goals of the comprehensive plan, encouraging diversity of population within the development and providing a variety of housing types. This concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is also here this evening with a presentation for you.
Thank you, Ms. Bertuzzetti. Next is the applicant presentation. Just as we ask our staff to keep their presentations brief, I ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation. Will you please identify yourselves for the record?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Alicia Hammond. I'm a planner with Shopworks Architecture, 301 West 45th Avenue, Denver, Colorado. I'm presenting on behalf of the developer, Ulysses Development Group, for the site plan application for a future workforce housing community on approximately 6-acre site at the Harvest Station area. I want to thank city staff for their assistance in shepherding us through this process, and to you, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Madam Mayor for your consideration. This workforce housing apartment building known as Harvestell Apartments will be seeking low-income housing tax credits from the Colorado Housing Finance Authority in August. To have a competitive application, the development will need to have zoning in place and be permit ready, hence the application before you this evening. Next slide, please. As a Denver-based affordable housing developer, Ulysses Development Group develops, acquires, and invests in affordable housing, harnessing best-in-class practices and long-term solutions for all stakeholders and communities. Being an affordable housing developer, Ulysses is invested in the community long-term and designs their buildings to age well. They develop housing nationwide and have several developments underway here in the Denver metro area. Next slide, please. To summarize staff's presentation, the site is just south of Highway 128, bounded by Wadsworth to the east. The site is a quarter mile from the US 36 Broomfield Station Park and Ride and adjacent to existing multifamily housing. Next slide, please. The site is currently zoned Harvest Station PUD. We are looking to amend the Harvest Station PUD from commercial mixed use to multifamily on Tract B. It's important to note that multifamily is a permitted use within the PUD, just not for the parcel we plan to develop. The PUD currently permits a density of 30 dwelling units per acre, and we're not looking to revise that density. Additionally, we're providing 10% on-site PLD as a pocket park on the southwest corner of the site. We believe this PUD amendment has plan support from the Broomfield Comprehensive Plan, and that we are proposing much needed affordable housing in the city. According to the latest Broomfield Housing Needs Analysis, a quarter of Broomfield residents are cost burdened by housing, spending 50% of their income or more on housing. 9% of Broomfield residents are living in poverty, and children have the highest poverty rate at 19%. Displacement of residents and families due to high cost housing can also disrupt their support network, access to health and services, schools, and social stability. This has a particularly adverse impact on school children for whom housing and school stability is a significant indicator of success and wellness. Next slide, please. Here's our site plan. We're proposing a single 4-story apartment building comprised of 152 workforce housing units for families, making up to 80% of the area median income. With 255 parking spaces and approximately half-acre pocket park, the building is designed as a courtyard building with an urban edge adjacent to 118th Avenue and Wadsworth Boulevard intersection and 2 east-facing courtyards. Parking is screened behind the building and internal to the site. Access to the site is from Wadsworth and 118th Avenue. Next slide, please. As part of our site plan, we are requesting a 14.4% parking reduction due to the site's proximity to transit and being an affordable housing development. The Broomfield Parking Code makes appropriate accommodations for market rate multifamily development that is often occupied by unrelated people cohabitating, with each renter by bedroom owning a personal vehicle. Harvestell Apartments will be occupied entirely by cost-burdened individuals and families, whereas atypical for non-related persons to occupy a unit, specifically because of the income qualification requirement, joint incomes are attributed to the household. And because full-time students are generally not allowed in LIHTC funded housing, which further deters roommate occupancies. The recommended parking ratio for this development per the parking study was 1 to 1.2 spaces per unit. We are providing 1.67 spaces per unit, exceeding the recommended ratio. Additionally, the developer has provided a transportation demand management plan to help further reduce vehicle trips on site. The TDM includes providing eco passes for residents the first 2 years of the building operation, shared and managed parking using parking permits, designated rideshare pickup drop-off areas, along with other strategies. Next slide, please. We are seeking a variance from the street tree requirement in the current PUD due to the existing conditions on site. The PUD states that Wadsworth Boulevard shall contain a double row of street trees and that a detached sidewalk should be located within the 2 triangular spaced row of trees, and that a single row of trees shall be located within the tree line along 118th Avenue. The existing walk only provides 3 feet of space between the walk and the curb of the road. This little strip of land between the curb and the existing walk is not wide enough to promote a healthy tree lawn. Therefore, we are proposing a variance to plant trees on the back side of the existing walk where there's enough room to have a healthy tree canopy in the future. Additionally, leaving the existing sidewalk reduces waste on site and is a more sustainable solution than removing a sidewalk that is in good condition and currently meets city standards. Next slide, please. So here's a view from 118th Avenue. The architectural forms and materials for Harvest Hill Apartments are intended to embrace the Harvest Station neighborhood, as well as provide an interesting facade seen from the neighborhood edges. Next slide, please. Here's the view from 118th and Wadsworth. Next slide, please. The development team has several sustainability features, including Energy Star appliances and LED lighting, EV parking spaces, on-site recycling, ample bike parking and bike maintenance area, xeric and native landscape with rain sensor irrigation, on-site supplemental solar system, among others. Next slide, please. In closing, this future workforce housing development is in the public interest by enabling the land to develop with much needed workforce housing and furthers the vision set forth in the Broomfield Comprehensive Plan. Thank you for your time and consideration. Several members of the design and development team are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed with public comments on both items, starting with in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. There's no one online. Questions from City Council and Borough members are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Councilman Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I had sent 3 questions to staff today, and there's a few questions here for the developer. I was just really confused during this because during concept review, it was slated as 30 to 40% AMI, and now it's slated for 100% of 80% AMI. Dana Scott wrote to us last week as the director of Fish and said, hey, let's approve this as 30 to 40% AMI in her email. So I felt like she was also led to believe that it was still 30 to 40% AMI. So I was just really confused as to how that could be. I did hear that there's something about the average AMI will remain at around 55%, which isn't still the 30 to 40%, and we'll still have 16 units restricted to the 30% AMI. But you know, how do we ensure that what we approve of we get what we get? And this is an issue at the last one too. Are you supposed to receive lower restrictions from Mr. Chapa after the tax credit award? And I'm hearing that it's pretty standard for the affordable housing project that has yet to receive those tax credits, or how do we just ensure that you guys are going to do that? Please speak to that.
Yes, good evening, council members. My name is Kevin Knapp with Ulysses Development Group. 210 University Boulevard in Denver, we're the applicant this evening. Great questions, council member. I'll address them as best as I can. We are, as staff noted, committed to restricting all units at no more than 80% of the AMI. We are hopeful that we'll be able to further reduce that through a federal housing tax credit report. When we went through concept review, we had not yet applied for that award. We did do so on the one opportunity we did have last year. That was not successful in that application. The feedback we received from CHAFA was that without an approved site, it was very difficult for them to approve it. So we will be applying again this year through that federal low-income housing tax credit program. If we do receive that financing, it's required to have an average of no more than 60% of the AMI. So that will likely be units restricted at 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, and 70%. That 80% that we put out here is a ceiling. So we will be applying for those for that financing again this year. Last year, when we were unsuccessful, having one opportunity a year, we received feedback from JAFA. Please come back again. If you do have an approved site plan, you'll be much more competitive. We can't make any promises into the future, but that's, they encourage us to come back. If we're not to receive that financing this year, again, we'll consider the situation, see how CHAF feels about it. If being declined site twice is an indication that they would not like to fund the development or it's not likely to, we'd probably look at other moderate income requirements of that 80%, but we are restricting 100% of the units at no more, that ceiling at 80% of the AMI. I hope that's helpful.
It is, it's just kind of frustrating because there really is no guarantee. So did Chapa had any other feedback beyond having this being approved? Is there anything else about the project that would send some red flags for us?
I don't know if there would be red flags for the city and county at all. What they've told us as a developer is that normally they like to see more walkability. I think the site is walkable. I think there's walkability to Arista and to obviously the bus station being a transit oriented location. I think it's a very smart location for residential. The other feedback that they gave us is that we had many units restricted at 60% AMI. They, from a marketability standpoint, encouraged us to reduce to 60%, move those up to 70%, just to make the market steady a little bit better for them.
All right, I might have some follow-up questions on that one. All right, so my second question is that I was, so Dana Scott emailed us and said that the Fish has an MOU with you all. Can you describe what's in that MOU? I just have concerns that if this is not approved today, I just worry about sort of, what this looks like with Fish and our relationship, because we have a very strong relationship with Fish. And I don't want, in case this is not approved, to have sort of, issues with Fish. So can you describe what's in that MOU and can we have access to it?
What's in the MOU is it's a services partnership. So we worked with Fish throughout the design process. We carved out at their recommendation a office for them and a kind of a services area for them to meet with residents to provide those services. And what we saw their role is with these very long-term units, so they can meet the units on site and they can provide services, whether that's from Fish or from one of their partner organizations throughout town, really try to cater services to the individual need of the household.
Okay, and in that MOU, is there any promise of any 30 to 40% AMI, or is it just a relationship with you and Fish to work together to serve their, their residents?
I don't recall the exact language if there's a requirement for those 30% units. I can say that's certainly our understanding between Dana and us, but I don't recall the exact language of what's in that MOU.
Would you be willing to share it with us eventually?
Sure.
Yeah, I just a little wishy-washy language just does not apply with me anymore. It did apply my first couple of years at council, but. And then for the last part, this is for the transportation demand management plan. What are the trigger factors drawing down on escrow? For instance, it said during the second year of the program, the developer may draw down on the escrow account to cover eco passes provided in year 2 of the program after receipt of acceptable documentation of the expense. What does it mean in terms of acceptable? What's the trigger for I guess drawing down those funds?
The members, this is a new process for us. This is the first project that we have that is willing to do the eco passes as part of their transportation demand management plan. So we'll be working with the applicant to determine what that acceptable documentation is, but it will in general be how have these been provided, showing us what costs have been incurred. So the idea is that second year, the escrow payment that's put up at the time that first building, well, the only building permit that's issued, that is there in order to help pay for and be reserved for that second year of eco passes. So as they incur those costs, they're able to draw that escrow payment down.
So it's basically trying to keep within the budget, and is that an acceptable?
Generally, I think that's the intent of it, and we really appreciate that the applicant has been willing to work with us and understand that this is a new process for us.
Okay. And then, so it sounds like it's valid for 2 years. Are there any plans for additional years for this program, or have there been any talks about that?
The 2 years are what we're essentially able to capitalize up front. RTD is a program for the first 2 years to procure those. We don't have any understanding what pricing would be beyond that. And within a affordable housing project, to be honest, the excess cash flow to be able to pay for the additional bus passes is pretty limited. So what we're doing right now is committing to pay for those first 2 years. We have made a commitment to continue to facilitate that program moving forward for the residents that would use it and, you know, find value in buying additional bus passes.
Thank you. And then just one more question. How does this plan sort of maybe correlate with the Academy Place appointment? So the Academy Place, there's a lot of private public partnerships going on with that. This one sounds like it's more funded by tax credit awards and so on. So has there been any talk about other possible funding sources if you can't get it down to the 30-40%?
Yes, we've been in touch for, you know, the last 18 months with Broomfield Housing Alliance. If we are able to receive tax credit award, we understand that they're interested in being a partner. Kristen spoke at the hearing, the executive director basically stating that, you know, if the project is to receive a low-income housing tax credit award, that we will then follow up an application and be considered for a partnership with them for, you know, a special limited partnership for them to join the actual project and then for them to make a financial contribution as well.
Okay, so everything hinges on this tax credit, is that correct? Tax credit award.
We're hopeful. We're hopeful we're able to receive it. It's nothing's guaranteed with JAFA. It's a competitive process. It's always oversubscribed. We think that we'll have a very strong application this year. So I don't know. I mean, it's pretty difficult to finance a project with very low incomes without a tax credit award. See that.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up question on your legal fund questioning. So I can understand what you're saying. If you don't get the JAFA award, what happens?
Well, I think I want to make clear, council member, and thank you for the question, that we are committed to, you know, we're making the commitment here that we are 100% income aligned at a ceiling of no more than 80%. If we're able to receive the tax credit award this year, we'll be able to bring those income levels down. If we don't receive it this year, we'll need to make a decision on whether to wait. And it's a once annual process. So basically wait a year to see if we'd have a better chance in going back. And that would largely be dependent on feedback we receive from JAFA, whether they would encourage us to come back. If not, the intent of the 80% is that we'd still be able to provide a workforce middle income housing option.
So if we approve this tonight, you all have the financing available to do 8% without the JAFA. Understand?
Yes, yeah, I'm confident that we could be able to finance and build at those higher incomes.
Okay. I did have a couple of questions that were not related to the financing. The tree lawn that you showed in the picture, is that going to be landscaped?
Yes, so we will landscape it. It's just removing the tree lawn to the backside of the block, but we are still going to landscape that area.
So there won't be trees, but there'll be drought resistant type of landscape.
That's correct. There'll be xeric landscape in that 3-foot strip.
And in the general site map, the little sliver, whatever it is, the west on between your complex and Commerce. Did I see RTD on the map?
Yes, and there's also an electrical easement.
And then the facility on the lot on the other side of lot that is, you all own that also?
No,
I thought I saw on the one map that it was.
just tract B within the, just tract B within the PUD.
But it's all I have. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions. As it relates to the are you using numbers that use RTs for the past program or are you factoring in RTs in the past program to reflect what's the fare structure. Because associated with that fare structure are significant changes to the EcoPass program. And the associated costs and contracts.
Yeah, thank you, council member. I am aware that RTD is reevaluating their fare structure. To be honest, I'm not aware of where that stands right now, or if that those fares have been approved, or if they're going to increase or decrease.
Okay, so you are using just current RTD numbers. Wonderful. I just point that out as Councilor Hinkle notated her questioning. There will be changes to that RTD Pass program that are supposed to hopefully bring down costs, specifically for EcoPass applicants. That was really the only question I had. I'll save the rest I have for comment period.
Thank you, Councilmember Lynn, and then Shaq. Yes, there's a note in the memo section that this will have on-site supplemental solar system on the rooftop. And then off the voice page, there's a link to the project description that says that, but then in the memo on page 21, the sustainability section, it doesn't say anything about the rooftop solar system. So I wanted to know for sure who's doing the rooftop solar system.
Absolutely.
Good. That's great. And okay, I appreciate very much that the applicant said that there will be families in these units, which will impact the number of parking spaces. My mind immediately goes to SB 23-213 again. And in that end there is a provision that would be across the state that no municipality or any entity in the state can prohibit any number of people who aren't related from living in the same unit. So but you're saying you think that's going to still be a requirement for CHAPA funding? I mean, it would violate its own state law.
Yeah, so it's a federal requirement that's part of the tax, with the low income housing tax credit. So it's the way that income is verified is per household, and that's what deters unrelated occupancies.
Really?
So that's just how it's been practiced since 1986.
Well, that's interesting. State law will be different. Okay, and I really appreciate the transit demand management passes. And you also had in the memo that you might do shared vehicles on site. Is that something that you've done somewhere else in a development?
Thank you, council member. It is not. It's a new process that we came up with, kind of with our just brainstorming and our TDM options. You know, one thing about TDM plans is that it's kind of always evolving, and it seems like right now what we're on the cusp of is really kind of peer-to-peer car sharing. And part of the difficulty of that is when you rent a car, is that you have to find a way to get to that car, whether it's at a rental lot or wherever these rental lots are. And so what we'd advise is to incentivize a system where residents would be encouraged to place their vehicle on a third-party car sharing system. There's a website named Turo that has these, I guess they call it like the Airbnb of sharing your cars as opposed to sharing your homes. So we're had a plan to basically encourage residents to do that peer-to-peer car sharing.
And I guess, let me go back to my solar rooftop question. How do you make that pencil? We seem to have contrary development opinions in the same evening.
Well, we're very pro solar. I didn't think we'd get that drawn down in the financing this evening, but I do enjoy it. It's one thing about the low income housing tax credits is that we do have tax credit investors, and through the Inflation Reduction Act and the renewable energy tax credits have been around, but not as robust as they are right now. We already have that tax credit investor involved in the project, and they'll be available to buy those credits. And so basically, it's a funding mechanism for us to be able to monetize those tax credits and maybe basically offset the cost of that system. We also know with the extensive amount of EV we have on the site, we very much limited natural gas on the site. We know that we will have a high electrical load. We think that, you know, extensive solar system will have a payoff for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Shaft.
Thank you, Mayor. So with the close proximity to the airport on this, I'm curious, maybe staff can best answer this. In terms of sound mitigation with insulation of windows and the roof, is this, do these buildings adhere to that same standard that is in the other buildings that are nearby, the multifamily residential units that are nearby?
So actually, I'm not sure if it's the exact same because the other project did have a sound study done, and they also had closer proximity to the freeway. So I'd ask the applicant to talk about what they are doing. They are within the airport influence zone, so they do have very similar requirements. So we will be subject to a navigation easement, and the attenuation that the airport requested. I think we're generally like complying with that as part of the navigation easement is what they were asking for us from Rocky Mountain Metro. So we're not in a direct path. Typically their sound attenuation goes, is required for DNL levels above 65. And we're outside of that, that DNL level. So, meaning that there's no federal requirement to do noise mitigation for that DNL level. And I actually was an airport planner at Denver International Airport, so I'm actually well versed in this.
I mean, that's fine. So, you know, so this is sitting underneath one of the, flight paths, basically the big donut that flies over this area, right? And so while it sits out of that critical area, it does have constant airplane traffic that flies over. And so my concern is that if there isn't mitigation that's being done, even though it's not federally required, a navigation easement is not going to protect those residents from the constant noise that they experience. And so unless there's some type of additional insulation, additional window treatments, they're going to be bombarded with the large amount of noise that's coming from those airplanes.
So most building construction types for this type of residential building attenuates noise very well. So if you think about really high SDC ratings that you would see on a direct like landing path, that's where we would have increase in like the size of how the wall assemblies are done in the windows. In this case, actually insulation doesn't provide noise attenuation at all. It's actually the construction materials themselves that attenuate the noise in windows. And so we do have, I think we have double pane windows, right? Yeah, for as part of this development, and then the construction type itself will attenuate noise. So we don't anticipate that actually being an issue on site.
Okay, so one of the RMMA requests was a 25 dB sound reduction outside the inside noise levels. Is that something this development will achieve?
Yes, most likely we'll achieve that just by its construction type anyway.
And how
that doesn't require an additional level of sound attenuation to have that that noise mitigation level interior to the building.
Okay, and is there going to be a noise study to know if that's going to be done?
No.
Okay. There was mention of let's see, community gathering spaces. Are those inside the building or are those outside the building?
They're both.
Both.
Yeah. Okay. So we have the 2 courtyards and then we have amenity spaces within the building as well.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, No more questions, okay, there being no further questions, the public hearing is open. I didn't see you, Sergeant. That's okay.
One additional question and one follow-up. You mentioned walkability a minute ago. The route from your location to the walk bridge across 36, are there sidewalks already along or paths already along that route?
Yes.
And then question for staff and for developer. If we wanted, we talked about the AMI issue and the CHAPA funding. If we wanted to make this conditional upon approval of the CHAPA funding, one, can we do that, and two, what impact does that have on this? So, yeah, that's my question.
Yes, we can make it conditional. I think one of the pieces, and the developer alluded to it, but back to council's, the only way we have leverage is if it's in the business development agreement. And so my understanding is that the developer outside of the CHAPA money, the only thing that CHAPA money is going to do is buy down a deeper level of affordability. So even if they don't get the CHAPA money, please correct me if I'm wrong, because we're all on record here. It's going to be 100% of the units will be at 80% of AMI. And all those bells and whistles that everybody's very excited about, the ride share, the solar, are not contingent upon the CHAPA money. So the development is the development as it is right now, and the only thing the CHAPA money is going to do is buy down a deeper from 80% AMI to a lower level of AMI.
That's exactly right. The only correction I would make, and it's not even a correction, it's just clarification that if that money isn't there, we're not saying that it would be all units rented at 80% of the AMI. It's a cap. That's a ceiling, not a floor of what how those rents would be.
Okay.
That's all I'm thinking.
Anyone else? Well, I mean, I don't know, I mean, could we do a conditional approval, Ms. Rogers, based on getting the CHAPA money? If they don't get the dollars, then listen to me, making a deal. We could. Okay, something to consider. Condition the approval on getting the CHAPA credit. Go ahead. What do you think of that, Councilmember Anderson?
Can I just ask a question for clarification on that? Like, when you go back to ask for CHAPA dollars and you had a conditional approval, does that impact? Like, because you want the, I mean, I'm assuming that you want the full development to go in, the full approval to go in and have that best shot at it. That's not what the concern me is, that you're decreasing the likelihood of getting funding.
That's correct. So, we need to have the zoning in place. And, site plan approval makes us way more competitive. And because these two things are bundled, yes, a condition of approval, when we ask the city for a zoning letter, the zoning confirmation letter, any condition of approval could make us less competitive for award. I do want to ask a question though for staff. The way that the public process is in Brookfield regarding site plans, wouldn't it be assumed that if we were to change anything, we would have to go back through a public process?
Yes.
So is the condition of approval necessary? If anything changes, we would still have to come back through the public process?
That's Anna Bertzetti, and it's not a staff decision on the condition of approval. We're simply saying that should council decide to go in that direction and or request a noise study and or have any of those additional items connected to a condition, from a legal perspective, yes, council can make those requests because it's not a council, it's not a staff decision. Ms. Bertzetti.
Thank you. As Ms. Hoffman previously mentioned, since we're on record, we'll make sure it's perfectly clear. There are some changes that can be made administratively. They are in code. Generally, small changes can be made administratively, but if something were added as a condition, that condition itself could not be changed administratively. It would have to come back to city council. Things like that are more significant.
Understood.
Which as we move through these, having things that are administrative is not something that this threesome is comfortable with as we transition into really having the business development agreements that all of us are on alignment on the front end so that we don't get into promise no delivery resentfulness. So again, being really clear about what you all are going to be delivering outside of the CHAPA money. It's important to have those noted so that there isn't a deviation if and when you don't receive the CHAPA funds. This council can still be really confident about what that deal looks like.
I would just add that our proposal this evening is to restrict 100% of the units at a cap of 80% of the AMI. That's what we would like for you to consider. We are an affordable housing developer. That's our sole business. Our intent is to provide those very low incomes. But with the tax credit award, there's no assurance that it will come. You know, it's a once annual shot that we have at those funds. It could be, it could be years down the road. It may never come. It could come later this year if we're successful. So again, I think, you know, what was represented in the staff packet that we are making a commitment at that 80% AMI ceiling. That's what we hope would be considered this evening.
Yes, I'm back. Did you want to go first, Councilor Rowland? And then
Are we stating our thoughts or we asking questions? I forgot.
we're still on question. Did you want to question?
Yeah, I just wanted a follow-up question on that. So you say you have a once a year chance. Is that per project or for you all in general? And how many other projects are you pursuing?
That's thank you, council member. That's a great question. Yeah, I suppose that is per project. I don't know for sure. As an organization, we probably couldn't submit more than one application for funding round. That wasn't really a consideration in this discussion for us. I think it's more just that we only have one shot a year, and so you know, we could or could not receive it this year. We could or could not receive it next year. I think the city manager overheard say it well earlier. Time kills deals, and I think that's especially relevant in affordable housing.
Councilmember Hinkle, if I may, either Mr. Romine or perhaps Ms. King, I think if I may clarify the question, does Broomfield get one bite of the CHAPA apple? Or do we get multiple bites based on multiple projects? Jeff, could you clarify?
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So the CHAPA process is a competitive process as the developer is spoken to. And I don't recall exactly how many they give annually, but roughly about 15 to 18 projects are awarded across the state on an annual basis. They used to do 2 rounds in a year. Now they've simplified it and do 1 9% round and 1 4% round. So those are slightly different products, but that's how they do it. As an example, back when I was with that other city and county to the south, oftentimes we might get as a city with our development partners 3 or 4 projects a year awarded by CHAPA. What we expect in Broomfield is we think we'd be very successful if we were getting a project a year. Right now, as many of you recall, we have 1 project under construction right now. So it is that. I don't recall, and I was trying to think back when you were asking the question. One of the few organizations that might have gotten 2 9% awards in a single year might have been Denver Housing Authority, but that would be the only type of organization. Most of them do not get 2 awards in a year. CHAPA has certain criteria. They go through it all. They have preferences to certain kinds of areas, including trying to get things in rural communities as well as the very urban core. So I would be very surprised if Broomfield would receive, any of our partners, no matter who they may be, would receive more than 1 award any given year. So that, I think, answers the question. The second part I would just reference is while the developer has expressed that there is a CHAFA award, that they are trying to be very competitive and trying to move themselves forward. If you recall, they also talked about the relationship and the commitments that they might be trying to receive from the Broomfield Housing Alliance. And so I would just reference that those 2 things often may come together in order to encourage that investment and encourage that commitment for that affordability. So it's oftentimes what you see is all of that come together to create that stacking of funding. So I just want you to understand that it's not just CHAPA that they are looking for funding and support from, but also from the Broomfield Housing Alliance. So, and I only say that just from the standpoint of what you were talking about was, would you want to do something that requires some commitment? Again, what is before you, as Anna has expressed and City County Manager Hoffman has expressed, this is setting up effectively what the project is without any of those other commitments coming in. Does that make sense? And I think I've captured it all, correct? Thank you.
And so, Mr. Romine, sorry, I had to stay there. Just one more question for right now. So how is this in alignment with our affordable housing or our housing ordinance, I should say? Can you just explain this? If we didn't have this history of this, the study session being at 30 to 40% AMI, how is this in alignment with our housing ordinance as it stands?
And thank you for the question. And it gives us an opportunity. So as you all recall, when you approved for the changes in the inclusionary housing ordinance back almost, 6 months ago, what we did is we did a couple of things. So again, the criteria primarily around rental housing was 20% of the units at 60% AMI. We as a staff evaluated and working with the CMO, as well as just kind of working through that process, thought 100% of the units is a very good outcome. And so we thought the trade-off, and this is for you, so as Anna pointed out in her original presentation, this is an alternative satisfaction. So that's one of the things that was allowed for in the ordinance that you approved. And it's your choice to change it from 20% at 60% AMI up to 100% at 80% AMI. That's one of the things you're effectively approving tonight if you were to approve this. We felt that from a staff perspective was a good positive outcome. And I say that, and I double checked with all of our my housing colleagues in economic vitality, and all 4 of us again affirmed that we thought that made sense, and that's why we recommended it through this process. So I hope that answers your question. We think it's a positive outcome because of the 100% of the units, which is again matching up with what we heard from council was get units, try to get as affordability as you can, but we were trying, this is a balancing factor, and this is something the council will make a decision about. And Mayor, I think that responds to that question.
Oh, yeah, no, thanks for that clarification. That helps.
It does, but can I have just, where was the thought process on that? On the 100% of all of them at 80%, because I have heard from Ward 2 before saying, in our past projects, a couple of weeks ago, saying, well, that's not really affordable. So is 80% of AMI still affordable to our council? I think that's something that we have to kind of weigh. But what were your thought processes behind that? I would just like to hear staff background on that.
Again, we thought that getting the full complement of units was great. We do recognize that there is a possibility, I don't know another way to phrase it because it is competitive, a possibility that CHAPA and Broomfield Housing Alliance may bring down the affordability, but we would still have 100%. So that buying down of the rents, if you will, we knew it would be coming through other partners. And so we thought as a straight project, and again, this is our thought process. I can't say that we don't have a little graph that says, you know, at 90% we'll be at or 60%, you know, it's 20% of the units at 60% is what's in the ordinance. And then it's our recommendation to you that we thought 100% of the units at 80 made sense to us.
I wonder if the application would look stronger to them feeling like they're making a dent in the affordability as well. If it started off at 80%, because they might, you know, they'll be left off the hook, you know, with saying, well, you guys already have the 30%, you guys already have that. I'm wondering if that's there.
So again, their application is, when they're going forward, is what they might be doing around the income averaging, as the applicant just discussed, is doing a certain percentage at 30. Chaffa will look in the competitive process and see what percentage of the units are at 30 and 40 as part of their awards. And so they're trying to get that additional affordability. And so it'll be incumbent upon them to make it the most positive project possible and bringing down the affordability as much as they can. The requirements are at the 60% AMI level, but they can increase the number of 40s, we'll say, and bring that balancing around. So that's part of how they can get that award.
Thank you, that's all I got.
Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, so this is the one thought that came to mind, and maybe this is already covered in here, but if you approve this tonight, and we're saying we're at 100% units at 80% AMI, do we have any guarantee that the developer would then require, I mean, if this is good faith, like you're saying you're gonna go forward with that, the next round of funding, do we have a guarantee that would happen, that you just want to make sure that we're not like, do you know what I'm saying? If it's not,
I absolutely do know what you're saying. Again, so part of it being on the record, right? And there isn't a walk back. So again, being really part of the funding mechanisms, Chaffa to buy down additional affordability, and to Councilmember Hinkle's point, really good. That the definition of affordable, which is, we have got to stop using that term. Because it is a misnomer. So attainable or income aligned, right? And having a distribution and a diversity of income aligned housing. So 80% of AMI is $80,000. So to qualify for one of these units, making $80,000. Depends on who you ask, whether that is affordable or not, right? So for some populations, it's attainable. I don't think anybody would say that's affordable, regardless of what your income is. Making 80,000 is a chunk of change. Councilmember Anderson, to your point, again, ensuring that what goes into that site development plan, along with those agreements, there isn't a walk back. So between what and perhaps it's more appropriate, I think, for the developer, but the funding, the conversations that have been occurring with the Broomfield Housing Alliance. So under what circumstances would this deal not move forward? So you all have taken Chaffa off of the table, right? We get all of the sustainability, we get 100% of the 80% without Chaffa. But what are those other affordable mechanisms or entities that would be supporting this project?
And Manager Hoffman, if I may, I just wanted to reference back. I know we've shared this information with you at various times. We spend a lot of time on all these calculations, and I'm not trying to make you an expert at any of it, but the current Chaffa for a 1-bedroom, 80% AMI rent would be $1,759, and currently for a 2-bedroom, it'd be $2,110. So just to put that in perspective of what 80% is, so that you all are thinking in those terms of today's marketplace. A 60% would be for a 2-bedroom, would be $1,582 a month. And the One bedroom would be $1,319. So I just wanted to give you that sense of what the rents are, because we're spending a lot of time pouring out 80%, 60% EMI, and sometimes it's good to put it just human terms.
Exactly.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, I didn't mean to, but I just thought that might be all.
Well, what is the ask from the Broomfield Housing Alliance to make it work?
I'm sorry, if I could clarify, what is our ask of the Broomfield Housing Alliance, or what is their ask of us?
What is their ask of you?
So their ask for us is that we have a tax credit award. They want us to have a tax credit award in hand before we submit our application and they consider it. And I understand that because as we've talked about tonight, that could take a long time. And they have a limited amount of funds. We're not asking them to put aside X number of dollars for however long it would take us to get this tax credit award. They want to see that financing in place, know that the project's real, get the project approval here. They can come in last, put the cherry on top for the rest of the money, and then off we go.
All right, thank you so much. Any other questions? All right then. There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. First is council consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-42. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-42 by title?
11B, resolution number 2023-42, approving the Harvest Station filing number 3, Harvest Hill Workforce Housing Fund Unit Development Fund.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Marshall.
I move that resolution number 2023-42 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second motion.
Thank you. I see. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this development. I think this was my first development that I was exposed to when I got on council. And I would like to see lower AMI, obviously, I think we all would. But I think the guarantee of 100%, 80% is great compared to what we have in some locations, one the last development project, for example. And everything else about this project, I love. The AMI thing is the only thing that gives me any pause, but everything else, I'm excited about this project. And I wouldn't want to see us to lose 100% at 8% just on the chance that we might get more later. So I'm going to vote to approve this as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember W.
Thank you, Mayor. I also really like this proposal. I think it's great. I'm not in favor of amending subject to CHAPA funding. I think we've gone over why that's not really tenable. I think this is really well worth the expenditure on our end because obviously residential costs us an amount of money. I really like that there is green space in the form of a pocket park. I love that there are indoor and outdoor gathering spaces. This sounds small, but I like that it's not an eyesore. I love that it's not just like, this is where the low income people live. No, like they deserve the dignity of living in a nice space. And I really like that that has been provided. I also think that the reduction in parking is very reasonable given who we're catering to. And I appreciate all the questions and all the concerns because we do want to make sure that we are still providing good amenities to low-income folks. So I do appreciate the concerns of council, but I would really urge my colleagues not to let perfect be the enemy of the good. I think this is a really great development. Thank you.
And 85,000 is a low income. Just saying. Anyone else? Councilmember Ward. Okay, who was first? Councilmember Hinkle. Then Ward.
I don't know who was first, who's on first, and who's on second. Thank you for this, and I thank you for answering some of the questions. I came in hot today a little bit because it is frustrating to have these conflict reviews and then things change, but sometimes we also don't understand, funding capabilities. I run also an entity where we, apply for grants, and sometimes you have to present it in a certain way and tee it up in a certain way, so that they feel that this is something that they can make a dent in. And I think that's where the 100% at 80% AMI is really looking at. So I really hope that you guys will get this, the CHAPA funds and or just the leeway to do that. I do hope that this MOU is on the up and up with Fish. I'm sure it is. It sounds like you guys have been working really well with them. It sounds like Dana's been really kind of invested in this, and they do need the space, definitely. I work a lot with Fish as well and our refugees. So I do appreciate that. I will ask for that MOU, so if you guys could send that to us, I appreciate it as part of public record. And I do hope that we are able to get to that 30 to 40% AMI, because it's in high need, and hopefully we can get the workers to get it there as well. We know how hard it is to get things planned and moved quickly. I do also agree that it is a walkable area, so push back on that I'm not seeing. And then, just the fact that you guys are willing to move forward, and this is sort of your bread and butter, and this is a good thing. And we want people like you here in Brookfield to be doing that work. And holy cow, I don't know your name, ma'am. I'm sorry, I missed it. What's that? Alicia, I really appreciate your answers to the questions. You dive deep and nerd out. It's great. Like, oh, I could be her friend. But I just really appreciate the application and the opportunity to answer these questions, because we do really want to fight for these opportunities to have places for people to live at a rate that keeps people working in, because a lot of our people who work here don't live here. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be in favor of this project. This was also one of my first projects that I remember discussing more in the somewhat early phases. We'll say I was ecstatic that you guys wanted to do entirely affordable, and I'm happy that you took in my comments about parking reductions. 14% is a substantial number, particularly for this community. And even if you don't get the chapter funded, 100% of the units at 80% AMI. I mean, for a family of three, let's say you have a single mom of 2 kids, that's roughly $83,000 a year. I mean, I cannot fathom having to deal with 2 kids at $90,000 a year, which is what I make. So in having units that are geared towards families like this, I think is fantastic, because they are an integral part to our community, and we do need to make more room for them. And this project helps get us started in that direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion from council? All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on this resolution number 2023-42. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Leslie,
Yes.
Lynn,
Yes.
Marsh Wolfson,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jaworski.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Next is the Brookfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of item 15B. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-43-UR by title?
15B, resolution number 2023-43-UR, approving the Hardest Station filing number 3 urban renewal site plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that resolution number 2023-43-UR be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shaw.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Lynn,
Yes.
Marsh Wolfson,
Yes.
Mitchell, Nielsen, Shaw,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Cohen.
Yes.
Delgadillo.
Yes.
Pinkle.
Yes.
Jazersky. Leslie.
Yes.
Thank you. That also passes unanimously. Thank you both so much and congratulations. Thank you all. Seeing there is no further business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, that meeting is adjourned. Our final item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second and final reading of proposed ordinance number 2208 relating to secure transportation servicing. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Director Balling is eager to walk us through this next item. Director Balling. Thank you all for waiting too, Joel.
Thank you.
Of course. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Jason Balling, and I also have the two true experts when it comes to this ordinance, Deb Federspiel and Joel Heine from the attorney's office that assisted us. If we could actually move to the next slide, so I think this is the most important piece to walk through. As you go through this, what you're going to see is this is fairly straightforward. So the state passed a law that required every county to establish a secure transportation program. This was something that was not optional, had to be done. Of course, one of those unfunded mandates that we're familiar with from the state, but aware of it and the fact that counties had to put it in place. The State Board of Health then further defined what needed to be addressed within the regulations as far as establishing a secure transportation program. And again, the idea of secure transportation is those individuals that need behavioral health services or support, companies would be able to come in and work and to be able to get them to the services that they need. This is really about a stigma reduction approach versus having to call PD or an ambulance or others to come provide those services. As you recall, we brought the first draft of the ordinance to you on March 7th. And at the same time as we went through this process with our regional partners, we already had an ambulance inspection program and licensing program. And it just made sense for us to build off of that same framework for this initiative. So we approved the IGA at the March 7th meeting that establishes what that licensing and inspection responsibilities will look like with those participating counties. It's all of the metro counties minus Denver, which I never understand why they're not part of this, but it's Denver. And so that'll be good because the idea behind it is any of these entities that receive a secure transport can operate in any of our counties versus having to go get a license in one county and then go get it in another, et cetera, et cetera. What we're bringing forward to you today in this ordinance is what we need to incorporate in our city code to be able to have a secure transportation program. So this is basically just making sure we're in alignment with the state code and also aligns with the IGA that was recently approved. And you can see all of the parameters around it that are included in the presentation. So with that, I'll go ahead and conclude my presentation and will be available for questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bone. We'll now proceed with public comment, starting with in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record. And you'll have to read. There is no one online either. Questions from city council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Councilmember Shah.
I just have one quick question. So with the IGA, the vehicle would not have to be registered in Broomfield as they could register in different counties, according to the IGA. Are those vehicles registering in Broomfield? Will they pay the exact fee and the same inspection and requirements of them that would be expected in other counties as well?
Yeah, so as part of the IGA, we have a program committee comprised of all of the counties that are involved. And those counties work through what that piece should be to implement the program. And then it's our responsibility to bring it back to our respective bodies, our Board of Health, for review and approval.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much. That's all I have. Mayor.
All right, any other questions? Oh, look at that. There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council consideration, all that waiting, of proposed ordinance number 2208 on second and final reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2208 by title?
11C, public hearing ordinance number 2208, adding chapter 5-43 of the Broomfield Municipal Code regulating secure transportation servicing, second and final reading.
Thank you. May I have a motion, council member Schiff?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2208 be adopted on second reading as read by the city council and published.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel? Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Where? Are we?
I just want to clarify that it's
Oh, yeah.
ordinance number 2208 and not resolution.
I said resolution, my apologies. We'll move forward on this ordinance number 208. Did I say resolution? Can you change it to ordinance? Yeah. Excellent. That's great. That's so great. Will the clerk please call the roll on this ordinance? Number 2208.
Marshall,
Yes.
Chef,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
DeGadio,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazerski, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thank you all so much again for staying late with us tonight. We appreciate you. The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No, thank you.
All right. The city and county manager's report is next. Ms. Hoffman, do you have a report?
Mine should only take about 20 minutes, so. Just kidding. No, I know.
All right, thank you. And there is no legislative update or business before the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening. And items 15A and 15B were reviewed earlier. There are no special reports or requests for future action this evening either, including the items on the agenda. Is there any other business to come before the council? There being no further business, the council meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
The Access Live event is in music hold. The Access Live event has ended. Thank you for calling. Goodbye.